So you may please take your seats. So, again, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second session of the annual Business Summit Stratex 2025. I hope you all had a refreshing break, and we now move on the highlight of today's Business Summit, the panel discussion on a topic that resonates deeply with India's aspiration for the future, Vision 2024, the future of business, Amrit Kaal. As we look ahead, India at 100, the term Amrit Kaal symbolizes a defining era, an opportunity for transformative business, inclusive development, and global leadership. This panel brings together some of the most dynamic minds across industries who will reflect on the future of business driven by innovation, sustainability, entrepreneurship, and digital evolution. It is now my pleasure to introduce and invite our distinguished panelists and the moderators to the stage one by one. I request the audience to welcome each one of them with a warm round of applause. Our first panelist is a seasoned business leader, a strategist with rich cross-sectional experience. He is currently the chairman and managing director of Bamalori and Company Limited, and also holds the additional charge of director service businesses. A graduate from IIT Roorkee and Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, he brings a unique blend of technical and managerial expertise, having led transformations across logistics, tourism, and manufacturing. Please welcome Mr. Audit Nag Palchaudhary to the stage. Our next panelist is a distinguished business leader and a visionary entrepreneur. He is the managing director of BTL EPC Limited, the engineering arm of the Shaji Group, a diversified conglomerate with a presence across EPC, agro-machinery, and real estate. An alumnus of St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, and Harvard Business School trained professional, Mr. Todi has led landmark projects across sectors like power, steel, oil and gas, and real estate, which actively mentoring startups and championing innovation. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ravi Todi to the stage. Our third panelist is a dynamic business leader with over 25 years of experience across FMCG, retail, and consumer durables. He is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Eveready Industries Limited, one of country's most iconic and trusted consumer brands. A St. Stephen's College alumnus with an MBA from Symbiosis, Mr. Banerjee has held leadership roles at Godrej, HF Basket, and Reliance, and is known for his innovation-driven, consumer-first approach. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Anirban Banerjee to the stage. Our next panelist is a young and visionary leader, steering one of India's largest railway rolling stock companies. He is the Deputy Managing Director of Titagarh Rail Systems Limited, a global manufacturer of fleet wagons, passenger coaches, and metro trains. An alumnus of St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, Mr. Prithvish Chaudhary has played a pivotal role in driving innovation, market expansion, and strategic partnership at TRSL. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Prithvish Chaudhary to the stage. Our next panelist is a distinguished engineering professional with over 2 decades of experience in civil, structural, and project engineering. He is currently serving as the additional regional head at RICE Limited. A top ranker in GATE All India Rank 2, Mr. Alok Bansal holds a BE from REC Silchar and a Master's in Structural Engineering from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He has published multiple research papers and has worked with ISRO on vibration and distortion control systems for satellites. His core expertise lies in thermal and gas power projects, advanced civil design, and vibrant control, bringing a rare blend of academic excellence and practical insight for today's discussion. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Alok Bansal to the stage. And now, to steer this power-packed conversation, we are joined by two dynamic entrepreneurs and thought-provoking leaders. Firstly, Mr. Siddharth Malu as a moderator. Mr. Malu is an elected member of the Managing Committee of SIEO, Ministry of Commerce, and the founder of Lab Procure, India's first B2B procurement portal and integrated with inventory management. He is also the owner of J Market Creators Private Limited, a recognized star export house. A TEDx speaker and a passionate mentor, Mr. Malu brings a unique blend of business insight, social vision, and storytelling flair. Please welcome Mr. Siddharth Malu to the stage. Along with Mr. Siddharth Malu, we have a very young entrepreneur who will be the co-moderator with Mr. Malu, Mr. Yash Dugar. Mr. Yash Dugar is the founder of Crest Educare and the co-founder of Jai Capital and has educated over 10,000 investors globally. A frequent guest speaker and a social change maker, he truly believes that the more you give, the more you gain. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Mr. Yash Dugar. Thank you, dear panelists and the moderators, for joining us today in this session. May I now invite our Dean, Dr. Shitanshu Khatwa, to kindly come up and felicitate our esteemed guests with a token of appreciation and gratitude from Xavier Business School. May I first request sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Aditnath Pal Chaudhary, and may I have the applause going on in the hall, please. I now request sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Ravi Jyoti. Next, sir, may I request you to kindly felicitate Mr. Anirban Banerjee. Fourth panelist for today, Mr. Pritesh Chaudhary. Our fifth panelist, Mr. Alok Bansal. And our two moderators for today, Mr. Siddharth Malu and Mr. Yash Dugar. Thank you so much, sir. With that, I now hand over the proceedings to Mr. Siddharth Malu and Mr. Yash Dugar to take this important discussion forward as the moderators for today's panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to one and all, esteemed members in the panel, Nihil Ultra, coming back to St. Xavier's is like a dream come true. I was all these years on that side of the stage. Today, fortune has it that I am on this side of the stage. I'll deep down straight to the topic. India 2047, Amrit Kal, 100 years, Viksit Bharat. As I speak, there are goosebumps. It's a patriotic feeling as well, right? India, that developed country. We've all grown up reading this time and again. India is a developing nation. Now we want India as a developed country. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, big round of applause for that. India would be a developed country. Today with this great panelist, with this powerhouse of energy, let us drive great insights how we, the future of India, can make actually apne sapno ka Bharat, right? And we have great experiences from across industry. So I'll start straight, with the questions so that we get to hear their experiences and their take on Viksit Bharat. So my first question, you want to ask that first question? All right.
Okay, so good morning everyone. It's a pleasure to be over here with some great, with the great esteemed panelists and some great listeners. Again, I was there on that side, now I'm there on this side, and it's a pleasure to ask such great panelists. So my first question would be to Mr. Pratish Chaudhary, who's the managing director right now at Titagarh Railway Systems. So Viksit Bharat 2047. Of course, it's a dream which will come true. But right now, just to share the facts, we are at around 4.1 trillion. We are now the fourth largest economy. So, what is your thought process on how we can become the third, the second, and the first, and what will be the drivers for us coming to the second and the first economy, and maybe that dream where we can beat US in terms of the GDP?
So, firstly, thank you very much to also the Xavier's faculty for inviting me here. I think for most Calcutta boys, they would echo the sentiment that being at Xavier's to address the students is almost nostalgic for most of us, being also Xaverians from, albeit the Park Street campus, but Xaverians nonetheless. So, that's a very interesting question you've asked, and the answer is not very simple. So, getting to, let's say, the third spot, right, will of course be a challenge, but a challenge that is surmountable. That is, that India is today on the right path to achieve, and in not very long from now, perhaps within the next 4 or 5 years even, we could see India being at that number 3 spot. But the journey from that number 3 spot to the number 1 spot will be a very, very steep climb. A few factors, I'll touch upon the railway segment given that that's the sector I'm most familiar with. You see, today we are at almost 100% electrification in the Indian Railways. We're at 99 point something percent to be precise. The only country in the world that actually surpasses us there is Switzerland with 100%. I'm not saying this as, as a to chest beat or to be proud of what we've done. We still have a long way to go. But the point of me saying this is we're heading in the right direction. You see, whether that be the policies of the government or whether that be the mindset of the consumers or of the citizens, we're all collectively working and focused towards that Viksit Bharat, right? Towards that Amrit Kal of Bharat in 2047. And I personally, as far as the railways is concerned, I think that the steps, the initiatives that are being taken now are absolutely correct. What are the initiatives? Improve safety, improve speed, improve availability, so no waiting times or lesser waiting times, and improve the freight revenue on the other side where there are no passengers being carried. On all those 4 fronts, there is a lot of action being taken, all with that goal of 2047 in mind. There is nothing happening today, at least from the government's perspective or government's actions, that is not focused towards that single point of a Viksit Bharat in 2047.
Amazing insight, sir, and it instills us again with the spirit of confidence Railways definitely is doing its part in increasing safety, speed, as well as convenience for all us consumers. Viksit Bharat Vision 2047 includes everything, all round development, economic independence, index of happiness, higher per capita income, employment, education, literacy, law and order. It is a bouquet of everything. At Vision 2047, it is just not about one kind of growth, but across segments. My next question would be to our esteemed panelist from Bangalore, Adeep sir. So, I believe international logistics has been on the rise. India can become a global factory, but shipping has to be in that manner that we would or we should provide the commodities to the world that pays in the ship, in the logistics, in the marine sector should be there. Plus, I have another question coupled with you in this is, how are PSUs looking at Vision 2047? So, the honorable government of India has given us targets, but at the PSU level, I want to go down into a PSU office and understand for the target Vision India 2047, what is it that PSUs are being told or being asked or advised or requested to follow so that we run ahead of time? So please. So two questions are there in this actually.
Right. So thank you, Siddharth, for asking these questions. I'll firstly very quickly take the logistics part and then come to the PSU part. But before that, quick introduction to Bangalore. It's a PSU. It is diversified. It has got manufacturing businesses as well as services. In services, we've got travel and vacations and logistics. So I think that is the primary context. Now, if you look at there are various kind of things around logistics, but it is assumed, there is no definitive figure per se, that the cost of logistics is it's around 13 to 14% in India, 13 to 14%. Whereas in developed nations or in advanced countries, it's in the neighborhood of 7 to 8%. Now this 7 to 8% vis-a-vis 13 to 14%, I'm not going to the specific figure because that figure is actually subject to so many things. But that actually can put an Indian company who's trying to export to the rest of the world less competitive to the tune of roughly 5%. So I think when we are talking about trying to be Viksit Bharat 2047 and we're trying to talk about an economy of $30 trillion odd dollars, growth from where we are right now has to be fueled, apart from domestic, by massive increase in exports. And that is exactly how China made its move from early 90s to where it was by around maybe the time Beijing Olympics came and then onwards. It had a sustained growth primarily because exports went down. So for us, apart from making the goods competitive, making logistics competitive is extremely important for us to go to that. So in terms of what is it that government is doing or what is it that we can possibly do, one of that is the cost of logistics. A part of it is about modal mix. So in India, we rely very heavily on truck transportation, and there is a fair amount of rail transportation, but not enough of inland waterways, coastal. If you look at any of the large countries, any of the other countries, you will see a far higher proportion of inland waterways and coastal. That is not only cheaper, it is also much more sustainable. Railways is also much more sustainable compared to and cheaper compared to domestic truck transportation. So one of the things that India is definitely trying to do is trying to make more of its goods move on railways, where people like Mr. Prithvish, etc. are playing a very, very important role, and also the coastal. And so there, Siddharth, part of your, so one of that is true. The PM's Gati Shakti program is primarily a target towards logistics. When you're talking about shipping, India has a fractional, less than 1% ownership of shipbuilding in the entire world. Whereas we are doing a lot of maritime trade, we've got a massive coastline, so there's a lot of opportunity for shipbuilding to come up. In fact, as late as I think last week, there have been an announcement from the government talking about 8 clusters of shipbuilding. 5 are greenfield, 3 are brownfield. Unfortunately, West Bengal has missed out, and the other participant who could have been here was Commander Hari for Garden Reach, because we actually are also a strong shipbuilding state per se. So that is all about logistics. Quickly coming back to answer your question on what is the target that PSUs are having and how is it that we are growing. See, some of the largest, Bangalore of course is a very small PSU, but when you look at the larger PSUs, the energy, Indian Oil, BPCL, HPCL, Coal India, NTPC, Power Grid, so many of these companies, these are the large companies who are there in corporate India. It's not only about public sector. So the kind of initiatives that they are taking in terms of building capacity, moving towards sustainability, shifting from maybe fossil things towards renewables, the transition that they are driving. In fact, right now, government has already given a directive which I think has already been met. So every liter of petrol that you are using right now has got 20% of that is ethanol mixed. So when we are talking about this transition of energy, I think government is playing a very large role. So when you talk about holistic growth, sustainability has to be very important. And I'll conclude by saying that every year, every PSU has to sign up what is known as an MOU with the government, okay, which is basically the performance targets that are set for the PSU. Typically, the expectation that government is setting is around 15 to 20% growth every year. It's very difficult, but some of them are actually achieving fairly high percentage. So there is a lift of the overall manufacturing services, etc. Courtesy the PSUs as well.
Thank you, sir. So, my young friends, India is seeing a transition, right? So, you guys may be, thinking of a startup, thinking of joining organizations. So, logistics, maritime, and all these sectors are wide open. 1% is what sir said right now, and I'm amazed by your figures, by your memory, the insights that you put forth for us. It's an excellent, morning to have so much of knowledge. Boys and girls, can you have a big round of applause for sir, for he really fed us with so much of knowledge. And all these ideas, trust me, would be very helpful for us. I will quickly move to another esteemed panelist, a dynamic entrepreneur, powerhouse of energy, one of the largest conglomerates in private sector in West Bengal, Shri Ravi Ji Todi from Shachi Group. Sir, again the topic is Vision 2047. You come with experience of real estate, infrastructure, engineering. You have almost every sector. We proudly say in Calcutta that the Tata of Calcutta is Shachi Group, right? Ravi Todi, Ravi Tata, we do that all the time. And so you are almost in every sector, sir. I think you're the best person to summarize this 2047 momentum, this energy, particularly for us young minds to digest, understand, and to implement, and to know what is actually happening in the corporate world, because we don't know that. Please, sir.
Thank you, Siddharth. First of all, it's again a nostalgic memory to come back again to the Xavier campus, and I have memories, but very blurred memories of my college in St. Xavier. It was 6 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock, so we were asleep half the time. So I still don't remember what I did in the college. Yes, I managed to pass my BCom, and half the time we were sleeping in class. I think so
everyone can relate to this.
We all were from 6
very blurred, but I could not attend after class 12. After BCom, I joined business because that is the mantra of St. Xavier's College. After 9, you go back to office and you start your learning career very soon. That is something which I will always remember St. Xavier's for, because it gave me that 3 years of opportunity of learning every day. In that 3 years BCom honors course, that I used to go back to office and sit at everybody's table, all the senior people, and learn every day. So those 3 years were very critical for me in my career, because I learned a lot. I learned both the sides, how a owner thinks and how a manager thinks. So that was very critical, and this I will definitely strongly advocate to all the young boys and girls here. If you get this opportunity, do that, because the practical training that comes, the learning that comes in that is amazing. So that you should always remember. And those 3 years are very critical for me. And I saw the cup on both the sides, both half full and not, from the other side also. So it was amazing. So thank you very much, Siddharth. That is a good question. And I think a long way to go. We haven't done anything in Calcutta. Still lots can be done. Definitely
very humble, sir.
We have been pioneers in Calcutta. My father was architect of a lot of things in Calcutta, but we still have a long way to go. And Bengal has the potential. We all live here. We firmly believe that Bengal has a lot of potential. Due to whatever political reasons, we miss out on a lot of things, as Mr. Parvachani said, we miss out on a lot of things, but I'm sure things will change, and you youngsters here will change things in the future. So Amrit Kaal and 2047, at least I can tell you one thing. I will definitely give this credit to our Honorable Prime Minister for showing us a 5 trillion economy. We never even thought that numbers were beyond us. I think even a few years back, we were never thinking. But now we all feel that we are very close. We've reached 4 trillion. Another how many years, we don't know, but we are very steadily heading towards the 5 trillion economy. And Amrit Kaal, we are talking of a different figure altogether. We are talking, as he said, very proudly, Siddharth said about developed economy. We've always grown up as a developing economy. All our textbooks still say we are a developing economy. Today's textbooks, after 25, I see my daughter's textbooks, they're still saying developing economy, after 30 years of this thing. So it's going to be a proud moment when we reach that magical developed economy. We are talking of aiming of 30 to 35 trillion economy by 2047. We at the moment 4 trillion, and we are looking at a lot of growth. Exports doubling from 2.6 billion to 5.4 billion. Recently, we have already exported. We are looking at more than 10 billion. The GST figures are looking encouraging. So things are on the right track, and we are actually looking towards getting Viksit Bharat, the journey of Amrit Kaal, which has just started, 2022, 2047, another almost 20 years to go. I think we are in that critical phase where we have to grow in a sustainable, but the growth has to be sustainable. It has to be inclusive, it has to be divided. I like to point a figure, that's very important. We are now the 4th largest economy, but when it comes to per capita income, we are 147th, which is not a great sign. I think the trends are, the rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer. This needs to change. If you want the economy to develop, if you want all-round growth of the economy, if you want the Viksit Bharat, you have to ensure that we come down the ladder. We have to come in the top 25 on the per capita income also, because that's the biggest potential. If you distribute wealth, that is where the spending power of every man increases. The economy will automatically grow. Today, the spending power is actually in the hands of very few people. So that's very critical that we distribute wealth, and that is, I think, a very important challenge for everybody of us to do that. How do we achieve this? And this is something which we all have to work. We have to look at digital transformation. use of AI. I think AI is now the future. I can only tell you that AI is going to help us grow faster. It's going to help every business. We have to go for green and clean energy, and I think we have the two stalwarts here, one from RITES and one from Valmont, to tell us what is green energy, how they are doing. As I said, PSUs have been given mandate to grow a sustainable with the green and clean energy. We have to be self-reliant, manufactured, made in India. That's what Mr. Trump wants to do, making in America back. He wants to bring manufacturing back in America. I don't know how far he'll be successful, but at least we have that opportunity to continue making in India. And the demographic dividend, we have the youth population. If you look at Japan, you look at China, they have aging population. We have that advantage. We have a much younger population. I think that is something that we need to encash upon us, and this is how we are going to get into Amrit Kaal.
Thank you, Ravi sir. Big round of applause for Ravi sir. He mentioned about youth. Are we youthful? Then the applause should be louder. Are we youthful? Vision 2047, friends, AI, artificial intelligence. This is what Ravi sir said. And guys, please, these insights will really help us in days to come. Thank you, Ravi sir, for your deep, detailed insight, for your nostalgic days of what's in Xavier's, and how family organizations, at the age of 18, at the first year he started his office, and the practical experiences that he gained from there has helped him in all his journey. So over to Yash.
Okay, so thanks so much again, Ravi sir, for your wonderful insights. I think they were very practical, and of course AI and the government push towards housing will bring the next change for Amrit Kaal 2047. But with 2047, I think the most important thing which we have in mind is again 2070, which is net zero emission. That is also a very, very important thing for us, because we are moving from coal to renewable energy, from normal petrol cars to EV, right? And that's what the government's vision is, right? And for that, I think the company which is very, very relevant, which has been a legacy company, I would like to ask the next question to Mr. Anubhav Banerjee, who is the CEO of Eveready Industries. And Eveready has been a brand which we have been using from our childhood days, Eveready Battery, right? But now the brand has evolved from Eveready Batteries to something which is into used in, I think, EVs, used in renewable energy, and used in various other sectors, right? So sir, my question to you is, of course, Eveready has been a legacy brand, but now to the Gen Zs and the Gen Ys, what would be your advice about how you are innovating from Eveready, the brand before 2000, to Eveready, the brand after 2000? And I would like to ask you another follow-up question is on the battery energy storage system, which is the new big thing in the country, where energy has to be conserved and batteries are required. So what's your insights on that? Because that is one sector which every one of you which is sitting over there should focus on, and is the new biggest thing for Amrit Kaal 2047. So.
Thank you, Yash. Thank you so much. I think some of those questions are extremely well thought and very, very relevant, because you kind of, get on to the core of what we are trying to do. But before I get on with answering some of those questions, I think it's an absolute pleasure, very humble to be here. I, of course, have the ability to engage with some of your batches on a daily basis, right? Because we have some of your senior batches within our organization set up, and it's so refreshing to be able to, kind of connect and talk very Gen Z things. But the question was bang on, saying, how do we be more relevant? It's not only for us. If you go across private sector, smarter brands across the country, relevance to Gen Z seems to be the most happening question around, and honestly, no one has a very sharp answer for that. So if I were to ask my marketing teams, etc., it would be on the epicenter of their thing. It's like hair going up. Oh, Gen Z, we can think till the millennials. This Gen Z thing Does the advertising talk to them? Does the product talk to them? Does the services talk to them? Are they experiencing the kind of experiences that should have? No, this is not a Gen Z experience. Have you heard the lingo? I'm sure you heard the lingo.
Of course.
You know, I carry, of course, in the era of ChatGPT, I should be saying Google search, but I carry that to decode Gen Z lingo. And the way that generation works, the way the value systems for some of those are far different from, you know, what Ravi or Adib or I would have been used to, how we've been brought up, etc. And thus, pertinent question, a brand which has stood the times, you know, the struggle of the times, a brand long before we took to working, a brand which, you know, truly was a multinational at a time of Union Carbide, etc. From there on has changed hands, etc. But happens to be pretty iconic because of the 330 million households in India. We are as FMCG gets. Well, potentially we would be available in more than 250 to 300 million households in India because two small red batteries which power up your lives, you know, so whether it powers up your television remotes or your air conditioning remotes or your alarm clocks, and now it's moving towards high-end devices. So it touches so many houses, right? What better a brand which can have an influence on the entire, you know, the green segment, the ESG segment, etc. But I will come to that a bit later. Relevancy for Gen Z, yes. You know, one is connected to the other. There is a lot of purpose clues, purpose issues that come when we see the new set of consumers. You know, the new set of consumers are looking for value-driven brands that connect to a certain purpose. Now, the purposes are in fact connected to also the environmental practices, the green practices, you know, many other purposes that one lives for. For us, for example, while we do portable energy, so we ensure that, you know, anywhere and everywhere you can have power in your hands. It is also a journey where we are moving from our old zinc-based batteries to the alkaline chemistries. We are getting rid, and we should have probably got rid of it earlier, but we are getting rid of the leads and the mercuries and all of that. We are today in conversations with the government trying to build a circular economy around battery waste management. You know, something that even, you know, we were having, even the United States, etc., it's their tepid. And we were looking across the world to see whether there's a best example. So maybe there is something in Japan and there is something in Sweden. And while it is not there, we are trying to take steps ahead of the curve to say that tomorrow, is there a way that you could dispose of some of these batteries in a very responsible manner, right? And probably that's the time that India is. We are getting rid of plastics as much as possible. We are one of the largest manufacturers of flashlights in the country. And when I say it, almost close to about half the content of our flashlights are made out of renewable and, you know, refurbished plastics, so these are recycled plastics, etc. Again, you know, participating in as much of the circular economy as possible. Now, while we look at scaling up communities, you know, digital transformations, integrating innovation, and the fact that we do reach out to tier 3, tier 4, you know, towns in the country where the last mile communication kind of gets difficult. So for someone, as you know, Ravi was saying, that we reach to about close to 5 million outlets. I mean, ITC would get about 6 to 7 million outlets. So that is a lot of reach, right? And thus our ability to also try and figure out value-added products that could also cater to the last mile, etc., has a very strong emphasis on the way we grow and be a part of the Viksit Bharat, etc. And yet on the core of it stands the relevance for the Gen Z as a tribe.
Great. Guys, Sir has rightly said about change is the only constant. They've evolved in terms of technology. How many of us in this room have used the Eveready battery? In our toys, in our AC car remote, in our TV car remote, in our whatnot? Everyone is familiar with that. There are two things I believe. See, I 26 years college, right? Two things I've been constant in my life. One is the Parle G's wrapper, and one is Eveready's battery in our house. And now with my daughters, I just mentioned, Sir, with my daughters, in dozens we buy Eveready batteries. And I think everyone is used to using Eveready batteries. And right, guys, change is the only constant. Sir has given us a great insight. They are trying to go ahead of the curve, even outcompassing Japan and China as well. Young minds, once again, listen to this in the video in loop. This is going to help us in a lot of ways. Yash.
I think absolutely, very, very rightly said that, of course, we as Gen Zs, it's the time where we adapt the new changes, as I think Coal India's chairman V. Prasad sir was also telling us that how Coal India as a PSU company is innovating and they're going towards net zero emission, right? They've already started with the solar plants, right? And I think sir has very rightly mentioned that Eveready as a traditional brand to Eveready as a brand where they are building, I think, lights, they're building batteries, and they are innovating themselves so that they can be relevant in today's 2020s era, and of course for building this 2047 Viksit Bharat. So now, as we are talking about PSUs, I come to Alok Bansal sir, who is the additional regional head for RITES Limited. So sir, RITES being a Navratna company of the government, of course it has been doing some amazing work in the railway sector. But as Gen Zs, again, because I myself, I'm there from that background, right? I want to understand how the shape of the PSU is changing in today's world, from the mindset where we all used to think that PSUs are somewhere who are lacklusters and Gen Zs don't want to take a job in PSUs, to now, after of course the push by our government, our Honorable Prime Minister, that now PSUs are working hand in hand as the private sector. So what are the opportunities you think are right now there for the Gen Zs in the PSU sector, and what are the skills they should develop so that they can go to one of the sectors which is going to lead us to the Viksit Bharat, that is the railway sector?
Thank you, Yash. Before answering this concept, I would like to thank, and it is my great privilege to see this promising bundle of energy of the youth. It remembers my old days, way back from 23 years, when I was also trying to look and ask the questions and conceive the concepts which the industry and academic interaction gives. And here the beauty is experience and young, both are the cluster, and like a guru and a shishya are joining hand together with the industries.
Absolutely, I think that's a very, very relevant thing. Big round of applause, because Guru Shashya kind of relation, I think everyone can understand that how much our gurus, our teachers have contributed in our life. Yes, sir, please.
Starting from the basic flavors, what is Amritkal? It's a simple Hindi word where it feels everyone is happy, pleasure, and prosperity is flourishing everywhere, and everything is welcome. And what are the important punch plans and the pillars which our visionary great leader Prime Minister Modi Sahab has given: women empowerment, economy, agriculture development, and this unity of India. We have seen the G20 spread pan all over India, which has given the great image to the whole world. Then the Operation Sindoor has changed the image of the world. Now coming to this one, what the industry is doing towards, what we are doing is all the steps are reaching towards this Amritkal Bharat only. Whether it is energy security, railway infrastructure, bullet train, DFCCs, Gati Shakti, New Railway, Harvesting, S&D. What we are doing is ultimately it will reach to that focus only. And regarding the PSUs, as sir has already told, every PSUs, all Maharatna, Navaratna, Mini Ratna, they have their MOU score with every vicinity and which is decided in the starting of the financial year and which creates the perks, even the salaries, even the improvements of the performance of the company. If we are joining any government or PSUs, there is diversified shift of the mind. Promotion is not granted, perks are not granted. If you perform, you will get the perks, enrollments, recognitions. Time-bound minimum eligibility period is there, but always there is a performance excellence and the interview. If you perform from the last 5 years, you will get the promotion based on your discipline, behavior, and your capabilities. PSUs we have seen are the steady, solid, and strong growing. This country is developed not only by government, it's by the PSUs, government and private partnerships combined. It's the collective efforts done by the all industry sectors, academic sectors, which has shaped the India in the today's world. We have a huge potential. Government processes has been changed. You can already see that. Digital India, removal of the red tapeism, early approvals, accountability, and minimum cash transactions. We have already seen that. Now, for the students which are going to our future, our talents are going outside the world. We can learn international language so that all the investments come in India only. What we need? People need time, money, and they are forgetting the health. When we go, when you become the parents, never leave the health apart. Always focus on the all three things and keep the mind open for your kids and your colleagues. Ultimately, what is the thing? हम अपना काम अच्छी तरह से, बेहतर तरीके से डेली करें और ईमानदारी से करें. अमृतकाल अपने आप आएगा. आज हम सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास और सबकी भागीदारी के साथ we can do and we will do. आओ बनाए बेहतर भारत, विकसित भारत. जय हिंद.
Thank you. Big round of applause, guys. Big round of applause. All बनाए विकसित भारत, बेहतर भारत. So it is, an educative knowledge session plus a patriotic session, guys. Vision 2047 is filled with so many welfare schemes, be it for the farmers, for women, for education, for industry, for economic, empowerment, be it PM Mudra, Startup India, PM Jan Dhan Yojana, Samarth Udyog. For the farmers, we have the PM Kisan, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, soil health cards. So there are a lot of things that have been done for ease of doing business as well. So we are all part of a growth momentum. Things are going rapidly with a capital R. Coming back to a very short question to Ravi sir. And then we will also have questions from this good audience as well. Please be ready with your set of questions, and I will not wait for someone to raise hand. I will point someone and tell them to ask a question. So that I'm sure that everyone is attentive enough, right? Be ready. Wherever my finger points, you'll have to ask the question, right? So Ravi sir, short, quick question. In a very typical business-minded way, क्या अभी भी सरकारी challenges आते हैं? Are there still obstacles, hindrances related to policies, tapeisms, wherein implementation of our business gets hindered, or that we transit to a state or level wherein things are going actually fast? Because we read so many things. We read that ease of doing business happened, we read income tax reforms, we read reforms in the ROC, but kya actually it is there in the ground level, or still there is a roadmap that needs to be laid? So
both yes and no. Yes, it's still a long way to go. A lot of changes have happened in the past few years, 10 years I would say, yes, a lot of changes have happened, but still a long way to go. Too much tinkering to the government policies to this to the laws is what is really happening. Too soon, too fast, things are being changed. People are not getting time to get accustomed to one policy and it is changed before it is actually implemented. So a lot of tinkering is happening. Look at your income tax laws. They're trying to smoothen things, they're trying to make things smooth, but it becomes more complicated every year. You know, filing of returns is becoming more and more complicated. The GST laws, so many. Why the legal system in India is so choked? Because everybody is going to the court and filing cases against the government in GST or with income tax. And what has happened? The government has given too many powers, too many powers to the bureaucracy. Down the line, people who were taking advantage of the situation for small mistakes, for for things which can be easily rectified. Things where people were taking criminal action. So those are being rectified again. When they put it, they said, we are trying to put in discipline. But in India, things don't work. Our Jugaadu culture will not change. We love our Jugaadu culture. We have grown with it. In our DNA, corruption is there. Whatever you say, right? It's in our corruption. The DNA is in our corruption. The corruption is part of our DNA. We can't change overnight. So we need to change our mindset. We need to start thinking inclusive. We need to work together to ensure the country grows. So definitely, there's a lot to go. Things have been definitely. As I was saying about PSU, and I am working with PSU now. I can see the change. Things are changing. Coal India chairman was there earlier. I work with them. I work with the next company, Bansal Sahib, BHP, and I see the changes. People are trying to change, but down the line, the mindset doesn't change. There's too much of old baggage they carry. That needs to change, sir. And that is very critical for the younger generation, Gen Z we are talking about. They will not accept such things. We have accepted it. Our generation has accepted it. We have grown with it. But the younger generation will not accept, and that is what we need to change. We need to keep our young talent, intact and be in India, because otherwise, if there's a flight of talent that happened so many years back, now we actually see that coming back to India, because that's where India is a growth story. Everybody talks about India now, growth story. So we need to retain them. But if we don't smoothen the route, we don't rectify things, it's not going to work, and we will again see a flight of good talent going out of India.
Great, Ravi sir. Thank you so very much. And yes, Jugaad, what we used to know, world now tells it as an innovation, right? So we are the land of knowledge for the world. We are the land of rising knowledge for the world. So
I think one more very, very relevant point which I think Ranji mentioned was now when he deals with the PSUs, right, the picture has totally changed. So the friends sitting on that side, anyone tells you now कि PSUs में the old culture is there, वहाँ job नहीं करना चाहिए, आपको आगे सामने से बोलना चाहिए कि no, my PSU culture has changed and now they are working as good as the private companies, and I would like to go work for the PSU companies. And a big round of applause for all the PSU doing amazing work.
So, personal experience, given that we are working in a joint venture or in a consortium with BHEL, which is again one of the most well-known and the largest PSUs in the country, I can assure all of you that the attitude and the mindset and the way in which at least BHEL is working, and I'm sure like them all the other PSUs are, is absolutely phenomenal. The knowledge bank, the efficiency, the speed and the clarity of thought, क्या करना है, वो उनको पता है. So I personally fully second all the statements being made in support of the PSUs of our country.
we have great data bank of insights today, guys. India is #1 in exports of IT services, agriculture, #2 in textile. India is #1 in generic medicines. So I come from Ministry of Commerce's FIO. I am an elected member there. And I personally firsthand see the level of exports opportunities that we have and that we miss as well, that we need to grab as well. So I think we will be moving to the audience, and I also want to speak to the Honorable Dean Sir, Dr. Sudhanshu Sir, and to have your views as well. And before we do that, actually, Yash, please, you have a question.
Yeah, so I have a very, very relevant question for all the thought leaders who are sitting that side, right? So, Pritish, of course, you are the second generation who joined the company, and of course, you have made a great management, right? So, I want to understand what is the importance of the leadership skills or the leaders at the top who lead the company as a big private one, and what kind of leaders are we looking for the next growth of next levers of growth for Viksit Bharat 2047? Because I think a lot of leaders are already sitting in front of us who are going to be big conglomerates, big issues, right? I'm very sure. Are you all sure that you are going to be the next leaders? Yes. So you are not there. So एक बार आपने जोरदार तालियां बजाओ, please. So I think please your answers.
So I think the key message there is not competence, it is not IQ, it is not brain power, it is simply hard work. Now, this may sound a little old-fashioned because it's something I learned from my grandparents, my parents after that, and a lot of people that I work with. But there really is no substitute to hard work. So there is a lot of conversation around work-life balance and the goals thereafter. That is absolutely well and good. But if, often we see that in the search or that pursuit of balance, it is either the work or the life that is actually getting left behind. It is that achieving that balance sounds much easier said than done. So, if any of you, if some of you have the ambition to get somewhere, right? In my view, the only differentiating factor between someone getting there and somebody not getting there in today's world is the amount of hard work and the amount of hours they are willing to put in. Absolutely. So in the pursuit, as I said, the pursuit of work-life balance, if work gets left out, that is well and good. But then that individual also has to adjust their expectations accordingly.
Great. So, yes, I was waiting for you on the other side. Yes.
This PSUs and privates is always a debate from the past and the current also. Because of the first lucrative thing, the diamond of the salary. If you see from the past, stability, security, stagnant growth, but it all depends at the entry level. When you perform, you will check at the stagnation or the inflation growth, both in the private PSUs. It is there. Okay, nothing is granted. Minimum that stagnation you will get, but you will never find the respect and improve in your career. One day you will be sidelined. If you are not continuously improving, not accountability, and the today's generation need to see, if I start anything, I have to complete till the end, whatever may be the diversify or the trouble it comes. शुरू से लेकर आखिरी तक मैं खत्म करने की हिम्मत, काबिलियत और जज्बा रखता हूँ, तो ही मेरी वक़्त है, मतलब मार्केट में मेरी क्रेडिबिलिटी है.
Great guys, that's piece of inspiration as well, right? Work hard. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. So,
while so speaking, there's a phrase that popped into my mind in Hindi. It's "Khud ke mare na swargi." So in order to get there, you have to first die over and over again before you reach it.
I gets voted in the hot chamber only. So you were saying something, please.
So I thought it was pretty relevant. Hard work is something that's been there for generations, and it's quite constant. It's something that has not led to a kind of agreement with Pritish saying perseverance, hard work, fundamental. It's complete fundamentals. You have like Maslow's laws of hierarchy, A, B, C, D. Now, with the Gen Z, expectations, relevance, culture, etc., and the other thing that's emerging as a layer on top of the hard work is the ability to be questioning status quo, is the ability to be curious, is the ability to stay networked, is the ability to increase exposure in an era where you are finding virtue of what is the device on your to the world. And some of those will go a long way, right, in shaping the intelligence, smartness, which, let's say, the educational institution puts you up to a certain extent. And after that, where all of that on a sandwich base of the hard work will be very, very relevant as you compete in a very global kind of a situation where the world is condensing. I mean, you will not be competing India versus India, there will be a lot of competing against India versus a lot of other countries surrounding India. So that's where I go.
Very nice, very nice. Quickly, before I go to Dr. Ali sir, my last question from the moderator's part to Ali sir is, sir, we are number 3 in terms of startups count. 6%, around 6.2% is our GDP growth. America is only 1.8%, third largest economy. Germany is flat at their GDP growth. America has $30 trillion economy, has 4.19, something between Japan and ourselves. We are the youngest and the largest workforce in the world. We are the 5th nation in terms of medical tourism. So we are a bundle of opportunities. We are the land of rising sun for tomorrow. Coupled with the rising population challenge, the demographic challenge, the geopolitical challenges. Sir, quickly to summarize, in one point, India 2047, Viksit Bharat, which is the train, which is the ship that we should catch, or the sector or the focus area that we are looking at to, stick to, or that would ensure the blossoming of our progress at manifold levels. So, one focused area.
Very, very tough question. This is like incredible. But if I have to pick one, in that case, I will have to say digital.
Very,
I'm not explaining further because anything and everything is possible with digital, but I think how we are going to transform our entire way of doing things, taking advantage of digital in the current context, I think that is a big opportunity. Let us see how it goes, because the thing about any kind of technology wave or any of these things is that what was happening 10 years back is not going to happen 10 years ahead. So how we are, I think, having that, somebody did mention, I think the mind, curiosity, the learning ability, etc. So the digital is not the goal. The idea is to make ourselves geared up such that we can adapt to changes very rapidly, because changes are going to happen extremely. It's already happening. It's going to keep on happening very rapidly. The opportunities of today are not going to be opportunities of tomorrow. So I think that's going to be the crux.
Great, digital. India is the largest leading player in UPI interface, digital payments, and yesterday our country was made again proud. Honorable PM Modi signed an MOU with Namibia. Namibia will also be using our UPI. Guys, big round of applause for India's now the first ever country to export their digital payment interface for the world. So yes, digital is the way. Mr. Tata had also said this, that we don't know 10 years from now what would be jobs that would be there. So digital environment has changed rapidly. Dr. Sudhanshu sir, honorable team, please help all of us in this side of the stage to inform how are we making these future people future ready, these students, to make them prepared for the practical world and business level. And has there been any renaissance or change in the education system? I read a lot of things becoming practical now from being theoretical elsewhere, but we only read. Now I want a personal experience from you so that we all know what is actually happening in the universities. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Siddharth. First of all, I should also second Ubir's idea that digital can be the only way out in coming days. But this Viksit Bharat, Amrit Kal, and Make in India, I guess it was started in 1991 during Manmohan Singh when announced LPG. I think that was the starting point. From there, we are actually working. We started working hard, and people then started looking at India. India is taking shape, and now we are really proud of our country. That yes, we are going towards ahead. There, people are, entire world is looking at India. And for my student, not only for my student, even for Gen Z and Gen Alpha, being an academician, being a generation maker, I am very much optimistic about them. This generation is actually, I should salute them, they are much ahead than us.
Yourself, because what Sir said, you are Gen Z and Gen Alpha.
And I think India, because this demographic dividend, and I guess, so where the people are talking about population is a problem, but I think, my personal opinion, population is a strength for India as well. And this new generation, I think they can be the change maker of India, and 2047, which we are visualizing, we are actually progressing in this path, and our Gen Z will take it forward.
So
yes.
My question was, in the education system, what is the change? Just my question.
In education system, just now I am taking the loop from Obi, that in education sector also this digital is a key thing, which came in education sector as well. Now this taking class in physical, and especially after COVID, taking class in physical, and the faculty member, even the MIT professor is available across the globe. I can enroll in this course, and yes. So even our academic field, we will be more competitive, because I have to compete with professor at Stanford. So because this course is available, my student can take his online courses rather than attending my class. And the main challenge for education sector, there is a plus point also being digital, but there is another challenge is if students, everything they have already. So I may not say anything more which they have already. But the point is, yes, they are also, our role is definitely there. Again, I am very much optimistic in education field altogether. Universities from abroad, they are coming in India also. They are also started their operation from India, other universities. But again, I guess our IITs, our IIMs, and our big universities of Indian universities, they are also doing equally well. So we are hopeful in terms of education sector as well.
Great, thank you so much, sir. Right, so summarizing what Sir said, yes, educational reforms has to be the backbone of our progress. We have the world's toughest exams, be it UPSCs or be it joint entrance exams. Now, the floor is open to the esteemed audience. Whosoever asks the first question gets placement at the Shashi Group. Oh my God, this is so many answers.
We had so many answers.
Good evening everyone, my name is Arun Sharma. My question is that over 90% of the startups in India fail within 5 years of its inceptions. And as our Minister of Commerce has said in panel discussions that most of the startups are quite focused on a particular sector and not on those sectors which are going to form our future. So my question is, what structural and policy level changes are required in the startup ecosystem to tackle this challenge?
Thank you, gentlemen. I'll just summarize the question and I think Ravi will answer. So he asks a very pertinent question. Most of the startups fail, not because of the idea, not because of the execution, not because of the resources, not because of the technology, but because of the competition, or they were way ahead of their time, or they couldn't, put all these together. Then he has asked that what structural policy changes are we looking at? Although DEI, Startup India scheme, government has been granting grants, still, the failure percentage is even higher, rather than not only 90%, that's 96.4% mostly, and they fail in 6 years of their, inception. Start, please.
One of the reasons for failure in startups across the world, failure rates have been pretty high. And thus, it is not very unusual that in an Indian ecosystem there is also a similar trajectory that's been played out. The difference is that over the last decade, the number of attempts that have been made in India is far larger than a lot of other incubation hubs across the world. So if you look at Bangalore, etc., which is a hub, right? The incubation centers in India are generating many more ideas. So if there was a time where graduates would move towards stable jobs and jobs whether it's to do with UPSC or stable private sector organizations, etc. Today, some of the best minds tend to be moving towards creating something of their own is like a culture. Is it exemplarily disruptive? Not necessarily. But having said that, some of the sort of portion of the startups that have been successful have been mammoth, right? So has it caused enough employment generation that people have found alternates to where they were stuck earlier? Yes, by huge number of amounts. Now, that being said, I mean, you could make comparisons to China, etc., and other countries in terms of their startups being very aligned, but it also shows a social fabric in India of independent thinking and wanting to do what they see is a fit towards trying to bridge the consumer need. Right? It is their ability to read consumers in India and kind of fix the last mile. Yes, if you were to ask me, would one try to form a policy where there is some kind of an additional cushion, right, that comes through? There has been work that is done towards that side. The question is it enough? I think that is something that I will leave it with. Potentially there is more that could be observed there.
When as you said, so there are a lot of aggregators which Government of India has also initiated. There are like aggregators and there are a lot of training centers which government has opened for young minds like you people. And then EPIIT schemes are there, Startup India program is there. So government is trying for young minds to try. There's a saying, you try and fail, but do not fail to try. Government of India has been very kind. Government has been promoting young entrepreneurship. So if you are thinking to start up, do start up. If you are thinking, then go ahead. Hurdles are there, but then there are a lot of solutions and tailor-made opportunities also available. Any other question from the floor? There is no job guarantee this time. Okay,
So, thank you so much to all the panel members to be here on a Saturday morning with us. Thank you so much. It's a great opportunity for us. My question is regarding the power sector. There is an increasing demand in the energy sector in our country, where we talk about coal, hydro, and solar, but we often don't talk about the nuclear sector. So, my question lies with how soon we can implement the nuclear power in the business sector, like as mentioned time and again that the future is digital. Yes, it is. So the digital future also needs electricity to run, because we know there are a lot of things like mainframes and supercomputers that are in play in the back end. So they need power. How soon we can implement the nuclear power? I already know that there is we have 25 nuclear power reactors that are working, and they are generating about 8,800 megawatts of power as of April 2025. But how soon we can implement that power to scale and to give out the power to every sector?
Great, I got the question. Thank you so much. Well, I'll just update on the figures. West Bengal is the 6th largest producer of power. 11,000 megawatt is installed capacity. 11,000 megawatt. And a great question. Digital is the way, but without digital, the push right? So electricity is the bread and soul of everything. Sir, please.
Considering this power, if you see the power, it is the growth of the country. Power is growing, continually growing. If you see the past, from last 4 or 5 years, power generation or the capacity addition was minimized or just stagnant when this Geneva Summit was signed 2016 for the coal emissions and the environmental norms. But then in 2022, sudden influx of the new orders has been came for the 80 gigawatt, for which the 5-year planning commission has divided into 2 parts, 30 gigawatt by 2030 and additional capacity addition of 50 gigawatt by 2035. Now currently the earlier power plants which are going to be commissioned, which are already delayed, that is 9 gigawatt. 9 gigawatt is planning to be the commissioning by March 26, which is also a 2-year task. But these are the projects which are already under construction and the various phases. This has to be commissioned. Now coming to the nuclear part. Nuclear part indeed is a incubation cycle is minimum of 7 years, but roughly from the past history before it goes to 10 to 12 years because of various norms and the whole process of AREP, which is indeed a triple time consuming because of the safety and the precautions measures. Currently, power plants are thermal and the gas rates are very minimal, and the nuclear is focused in the Kaiga, near the Goa and Gorakhpur is the Haryana, where the 1500 megawatt and the 2100 megawatt under construction is going on. Apart from the others, which is in the Ragamata, that is separate, but the Kaiga 3 units and the Gorakhpur 2 units currently going on, and 2 more units is going to plan. You understand the background. In 1972, when Modi was born, majority land was allocated pure agricultural land in the Haryana. 1972, when Indira Gandhi Canal, from where it is going to feed the water, was not conceived at that time. See the time shift. Now, recently, 2017, that plan has been commissioned, and then the inherent challenges of the ground improvement has come. But slowly, this project is going to take off.
Great. Just to add to that, just sir, I think BESS, battery energy storage system, is going to be a game changer in the power sector. When it is the grids which are there, we have grids all over our country, but a lot of power is wasted because the line doesn't reflect the stuff, right? So I think government has promised $10 million for the sector. I think Raviji and Aviji, if you can add to it, because your sector requires a lot of power, and that's very, practical insights you can deliver those goods.
It's not that my sector requires a lot of power. The fact is that in the context of 2047 Viksit Bharat, one of the largest requirements would be electricity. And for us to remain sustainable, nuclear is actually one of the most sustainable things. Country like France, I believe, is very heavy on nuclear, but otherwise it's not too many. As far as India is concerned, India was not as much in nuclear, but definitely their plans of actually tripling our nuclear capability by 2031. NPCIL right now I think is the only relevant CAPA, but these companies like NTPC etc., they are tying up with NPCIL, and I think it is expected to have roughly around 30 gigawatts worth of nuclear by something like 2045. So there is going to be a big upsurge on the nuclear thing. Obviously, the safety norms, etc., have to be kept in mind. But I'm sure that nuclear is definitely going to be a big thrust area, especially in the context of data centers and things like that.
I'd just like to add on to the thermal power, as Sir said, nuclear is there, it will happen. India thermal power, 122 gigawatt power to add in the next 10 years. 122 gigawatt power, you can understand. NTPC have been asked to double all their capacities, all their power plants are going for expansion. Coal India is coming with 2 power plants. DVC is coming with new 2 power plants. All the state governments are expanding their capacity, or they are making new plants. Coal gasification plants are being made. Storage pump, as was said by Siddharth, is being done. A lot of power projects are happening, and power is going to be the future in India, I can tell you, because the requirement of power in India is going to increase. It's the dream of President Prime Minister Modi that every house powerhouse has power and they for water. So that is still a long way to go, both distribution of power, making of power. I do EPC work on a lot of thermal power, so that's why I can tell you the amount of inquiries that are coming. Solar is also increasing, but there is a limitation on solar because it requires land. It has to be dry like this. And that is where the problem is happening. India is a problem when it comes to land. You can't just do it. So I don't know if you saw a few weeks back a photograph from China where the agricultural land they put only solar power. So kilometers of solar panels are being put on. India cannot afford that. India still has. So it has to run thermal power and usage of the coal resources. We are still sitting on huge coal reserves which are not being utilized, and as we said, the climate agreement of 2070 gets signed, so we have a good time to utilize it. So there is a huge nuclear, as Sir said, they are planning heavy water board also certified. They are also expanding their plant in heavy water board, which is a part of Chennai. We are doing some work for them also. So there is a lot of capacity addition.
Great. So, sir, please, let's skip your name. Sorry?
My name is Amar.
I would like to supplement over it. See, that thermal is the only solution because of the less space requirement. 0.7 liter per megawatt. That is the requirement. But for the unlike for the nuclear and the hydro, time is more, space is more, and although it is a clean energy, but India is a country where the power requirement based on the localized and geographical scenario. So all type of energies we have to harness. Thank you.
Great point, Aman. So, digital is the way forward, but power is the most powerful thing. And also, I would like to add on that sustainable energy. So, Viksit Bharat or India 2047 without sustainable growth is not possible. Carbon emission is what the world is talking about. We are all talking about sustainable steel. We cannot have carbon emissions. We cannot have just burning away fuel. So when it comes to thermal power, every thermal power plant now is trying to also recover the waste heat that is going on in the air. So sustainability has also become a key role. So young friends, sustainable energy is also an area sector that we can also look at. So I think we'll have to summarize also, but before that we have one more question that we can take from the audience. Yeah, we have, oh my god, we have so many answers. The Spanish is interesting a lot of things. So, yeah, I can take the mic. One with you over here, sure. Alright, but the mic was please run. Nice. So you have a great Spanish, sir.
Thank you. The student in me could not resist the question today. So I am Mike Bhatia. Good morning, everyone. So I did my MBA from IIM Calcutta, and I am a visiting faculty here. So I have been into export business since last 10-15 years. So my question is particularly to Abhi sir regarding logistics. So in the last 15 years, what I have seen is the logistics cost is going up. Right? Especially in the last 2-3 years, especially when I am exporting products from Calcutta, what we are facing is the airlines have decreased, the international airlines have decreased, because of which there is a supply gap here. So what do you think, sir? Is it because the manufacturing has gone down because of which the airline shortage has become a problem? Or do you think if the airlines or there is an issue, there is an inherent issue in the logistics business itself? Like
what product are we using, sir?
We are dealing in fashion products, especially in leather products, like leather bags, wallets, and
Mr. Ramesh is the president of the Export Council.
Right.
Yeah. So we are the same company.
Generally, FIEO, so we are connected with FIEO.
Yes. So it's a very excellent question. So let's summarize it for you. Do you have any more plan?
Sorry?
Do you have any more plan?
No, that would be fine.
So please.
So, the question actually finally it's a chicken and egg kind of a situation. At the end of the day, the economy has to be strong enough locally for for export as well as import for any of these carriers. So in fact, forget even ships or airlines. Paradip. Now, Bhubaneswar was not having any international flights. The crowd was coming to Calcutta and then going to Bhubaneswar. So what Bhubaneswar has now done is they have engaged actively with the airlines and stuff like that. And maybe I am guessing that they are doing some amount of viability gap in order to make sure that in case carrier, in this case the airline is coming, they get part subsidy such that the traffic happens. In that case, what is happening? The traffic is staying there, not coming to Calcutta. Same thing is happening also in container traffic for Paradip. Paradip actually has a container terminal, Jaipakshi runs it. But no container ship was coming there because while there is an inward movement, there is not enough outward movement. So Odisha government came up with a viability gap funding. Right now, NSC, the liner, has got that project. And over a 7-year period, the subsidy will come to Delhi. But in the time being, the whole transaction volume is going to go up. Containers from Odisha were moving either to Vizag or to Calcutta, Haldia. So now that has got arrested. So there is to be a lot more, I think, forward-thinking business mind approach in order to make this and assume that if the infra is in place, then the business will come. And I think we have seen, since we are talking about logistics, we've seen such kind of developments in countries like Dubai, like Singapore, etc., where Singapore was nothing, but they built their entire economy, I would say, around logistics. So it became about everything. So it requires maybe a lot of long-term vision. And if that happens, then certainly it can also become like the way you're hoping it will.
Thank you, sir. Last question of the day. Who raises their hand and the highest? Yeah, I think you the white blazer. Yes.
Good afternoon, I am Abhinanda Sinha, and my question is regarding our important topic to all of you. So basically, since there is a lot of talk about pollution, carbon footprint and all, so there is a lot of R&D going on in synthetic fossil fuels. So what do you think? Is it can it be a principal contributor to the energy sources that we have at present?
Great, Abhinanda, amazing question. Synthetic fossil fuel, the topic which is like a mystery to all of us, right? Because carbon dating has started, right? Millions and millions of years, what carbon was reserved there, we just exploiting it to make thermal power plant. Now, synthetic fossil fuel, after the lab-grown diamonds, has become a great topic to discuss because lab-grown diamonds can be made via synthetic fossil fuels. Anyone to add on that? Anyone to answer that synthetic fossil fuel? It's a very difficult, I think it's a very difficult question. It is a question that you guys, bring to us and put our minds into a topic, right? We also don't know synthetic fossil fuel because no one knows actually. But yes, where there is such a big mystery, there is the beginning of history, and I think that is the future into it. Yes.
So, I mean, without motivation any guarantees of synthetic fossil fuel, your question was, is it possible for it to be a predominant source of fuel?
Yes, it can be.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So, I mean, given the trends of the last 2 decades, a lot of things that we never even thought would be possible are in front of our eyes today. So, there is no saying that 5, 10, 15 years in the future, this may not be a predominant, or may not be. So, it is, my point is it's very feasible. Given the trend we're seeing, the impossible is becoming possible.
Right, and we have already done this, right? So, lab-grown diamonds is a great example, and synthetic fossil fuel, the only challenge that we would be the volume. See, coal right now is easily available, and the amount of coal that is required in thermal power plants are huge, right? But how much we would be able to produce that? Again, having said that, it's all about
just to add to that by 2047, I think your question will be relevantly answered that we will mix in Bharat.
So we will lead the world in that, right? Yes. Okay, so since this was a mind problem, just one more last question, and we are all hungry for the lunch. Actually, last. We are afraid of the others, we were the boys. Okay, there. Just last question.
Disruption around in the West FTAs countries, whether unilaterally, bilaterally, regionally, multilaterally. So my question is how this will help India to become the Viksit Bharat or at the 2047.
Great question. I think very relevant question. I think 100%. So trade agreements are always there on every day of the calendar.
So what's interesting over the current year is obviously Mr. Trump has been very kind enough to restructure the entire global order, right, for various kinds of reasons. But what's pertinent is that established norms of doing trade across the world are now getting challenged. There are various side negotiations, etc., that are happening, and there is going to be a bit of time before it all settles down. But fundamentally, it is going to be a great opportunity for India this point in time. So it may not be on a scale of 1 to 10, it may not be exactly 10 on 10, but trust me, it's going to be at least 6 to 7, because the way I look at it, contract manufacturing opportunities for India will grow up as, let's say, it surpasses and makes smarter negotiations than potentially some of the well-established countries which had a history of supplying to, well-established consumer bases. That thing is getting unsettled. And in this entire, also chaos is good. Chaos is good sometimes, it provokes change, etc. And if you are at that appointed time smart enough to grab and figure out what works for you in this changing world order, you stand to gain, and all of that towards the 6 to 7% growth that is required consistently till 2024 or 2047, etc., will come in very, very handy.
So we need to find Abda Mein Avsar, and yes, trade agreements are always happening. Sir,
I would like to add in Abda Mein Avsar. The things should be viable and sustainable. It's a collective decision of the sustainability and grabbing the opportunity. And हिंदी में बोलते हैं ना, खाली पेट मजबूर तो हर कोई मेहनत कर लेगा. अगर कोई भरा पेट है, अगर वो बिजनेस जाया करता है, तो उसका ज्यादा वाइज डिसीजन होगा, ज्यादा नेगोशिएबल होगा, विनिंग अपॉर्चुनिटी ज्यादा होगी, और सामने वाले को पता होगा कि इसको जरूरत नहीं है, तो ही इज इन द बेटर टेबल नेगोशिएशन. खाली पेट तो हर कोई कोशिश करेगा ही करेगा.
And we are in an era of tariff wars and trade wars as well, and so we read in the news recently where Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce, had also declined on certain agreements being circulated in the news. So see, trade agreements are part and parcel of our life. We need to just dance with the music and reap the benefits that we can for our particular country as well. I'm saying, right?
Just to add to that, I think India signed very key FTAs with UK, Mauritius, Japan, and I think already there are many Switzerland and many trade dealers already on the place. We are having great negotiations with the US because already US has tariffed most of the nations all over the world, but India is still left because they do not want a big tariff on India because they know we are the ones who are the true friends of US, right? So that's how we are going to take the board.
Okay, so I'll ask the panelists, do we take any more questions? Because these questions are really, electrifying.
I think we should take this a golden opportunity for us also and for them.
So all the panelists are now okay. So we'll take
that person was raising hands from the beginning,
and that is the highest place now.
Yes.
Greetings everyone. So as for the discussion started, we all are talking about Viksit Bharat and Amrit Kal, that is for India, right sir? So in order to that, every states need to grow up and contribute, right? So I come from West Bengal and I have seen the past of West Bengal which was very great. But as for now, I see it degrading. So as for you are industry experts, what would you recommend to us as a young minds to change and how can we grow West Bengal?
What is your name, please?
So my name is Sushil Kumar Prasad.
Sushil Kumar Prasad. Mr. Sushil, please sit. Boss, West Bengal is the 6th largest economy of India, It has it is the second largest IT hub in India. It has the largest fishery export. My every blood in the drop is proud of being in West Bengal. I'm not a Bengali, though you've known that, right? I'm born and brought up here. West Bengal has immense scope and potential. It is the land of rising economy. Britishers came to West Bengal. Boss, you young minds don't give up on West Bengal, yeah?
No.
Panelists.
I think this question is not like that.
It is like that.
Not offensive or offensive. But he is thinking
The way you portrayed it, I think वो थोड़ा सा offensive था, but yeah, please.
comparison to the other states as the things. It's a very valid question. When I came 2 months back to Bengal, I also felt the similar thing. Okay, Bengal, connectivity between the center and the state. But if you see from the newspaper, you may be right. But if you see from the industrial point of view, people mindset, economy, there is not so much gap. Although there is a gap which will be filled, because when the nation is growing, country is growing, people are aspiring, things will definitely come. Although it may not be same exhilaration what you will see in the other states, but it's bound to come. Nobody can stop the change.
I can only have to say that we have learned from Rajasthan, we've been here now for donkey years. We believed in Bengal. Definitely, people tell us that if you have been based in Bombay or Maharashtra or Gujarat, you would have grown more. But you have to understand, Bengal has its own strength, own weaknesses. Every state has its own strength and own weakness. So believe in yourself, believe in the state. We all have to work together to make Bengal grow faster. We are the 6th largest, we have to go to 5, 4. Still a long way to go, but definitely, if you look at the figures, they're encouraging. The mineral strength, the agriculture, things are there. We need to improve the work culture. We need to ensure that people believe in Bengal, and everyone here in this room need to ensure that we stay back in Bengal and build up businesses, be good entrepreneurs. You all studying business, look at how we can contribute to the economy of Bengal. I can only say that there is still a long way to go, and I'm sure we will be seeing better numbers in the future.
In fact, I think because this question came up just before our session, I was having a discussion with Pratish because I come to the capital market space. The capital market space is so proud now because for the last 5 years there have been so many wealth creators, including Titagarh, because the great wealth creator, and we have so many companies coming from Kolkata and West Bengal itself. So that itself speaks how much opportunities are there and how fast we are growing. Of course, now we are the 6th largest. But as
Bengal business, we have had 4.5 lakh crore of commitments in the 2025 GBS, the Global Business Summit, conducted by the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal. So we have commitments from the JSW, Adani, Ambani. In fact, all the big conglomerates are coming, and I would like Pratish to act to this because he has been driving this change in Bengal. So Pratish, please your views.
No, so firstly, we have not been driving anything. We have just been participants of the change. But you see, let's go back 15 years or 17 years or 20 years ago, right? Bengal was in a state where it was anything but conducive for industry or for industrial activity. But that is not where we are today. In fact, while we were on stage, we were just having a little side chat, that all those problems of electricity outages, work stopped because bijli nahi hai factory mein, or work stopped because labor strike hai, ya absenteeism hai, ya jo bhi hai. All of those topics are now finished. I mean, we don't even hear of those anymore. Forget about facing them. So, Bengal now has not a real problem, but more of a perception problem. The problems that existed 15, 17, 20 years ago, they are perceived to still be existing, which they do not in reality. So my only request and my only point to the youth is that we see a lot of locals, Bengali, non-Bengali, forget about that, locals, people from living in Bengal, they tend to migrate, they tend to go to some other states or go out of the country and add, use their talents, use their skills to add value to that state or to that country. My only request is that all your hard-earned education, your skills, your thinking capacity, please use that in the state, for the state, because opportunities are ample.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, big round of applause for this great panel discussion and for all the guests that we had this afternoon now. So, okay, Mr. Bansal wants to add. So, see, we are so exuberant with energy, right? We want to speak.
सामने वाले को बिलीव करने से पहले अपने अंदर विश्वास रखो। अपने अंदर विश्वास रखो तो सारा काम आराम से होगा, सही होगा। सबने सही बताया कि बंगाल अब वो बंगाल नहीं है, चेंज तो आएगा ही आएगा। और एक जस्ट सजेशन, व्हाट वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट द अमृतकाल भारत फॉर द स्टूडेंट्स, फैकल्टीज, व्हाई कांट वी हैव ए स्मॉल चैप्टर और ए कोर्स for this 20 years down the line about the concept of Amrit Bharat called, you have sessionals, exams, concepts like economics. If we have a course or a chapter in the curriculum of the every institute, then it will be better elaborated, more understandable even in the houses, not in this only gallery. Thank you.
Alright, thank you Alok sir. So we have still hands raising. We can do this post the session already at 1 p.m. and it had been a great learning experience for all of us. Your questions were very vibrant, perfect and thought-provoking. Thank you very much in the panel, Mr. Radeep sir, Ravi sir, Anirban sir, Pritish sir, Alok sir, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, big round of applause for this great panel and a great insightful session that we've had. And thank you very much for this esteemed university for having all of us here to share our minds and thoughts and experiences into this. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much everyone. Just a closing remark. Let's all work together to make India 2047 Amrit Kaal.
Thank you so much, dear panelists and the moderators. It was really an insightful and thought-provoking session that we had this morning. On behalf of Xavier Business School and the entire Strategic organizing team, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed panelists and the moderators for sharing their valuable perspective on Vision 2047, the future of business Amrit Kaal. Your insights have truly inspired us to think critically about the evolving landscape of the business and our role in shaping its future. A special thanks to our moderator Mr. Siddharth Malu and Mr. Yash Tugar for guiding this discussion with such clarity and purpose. A big round of applause for the moderators. I request our dean sir to kindly come up so that we can have a group photograph with our esteemed panelists and the moderators to commemorate this wonderful afternoon that we had of today. Please join us for the group photograph.
No, please. It's okay. No, please join us.
Thank you so much. Please standing as the dignitaries leave the hall and join us for the lunch.
অর্ডার দিয়ে আমাদের জানাবেন, মানে আমি কল করবেন, আমাকে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ করবেন।
जाएंगे
have some silence, please? Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We are now diving into what promises to be one of the most energizing and inspiring sessions of the day, the Entrepreneurs Panel Discussion, titled Brick by Brick, the Founder's Hustle. This session is all about passion, persistence, and the power of ideas. We are about to hear from a group of young, fearless, and dynamic founders who have dared to dream, stumbled and risen, and building powerful ventures, one bold decision at a time. Their hustle is real, and their journey is what every aspiring entrepreneur in this room needs to hear. Let us now welcome our panelists, one inspiring story at a time. I invite each one of them on the stage as I read out their journey briefly. Please give them a big round of applause. First up, we have Mr. Vikram Kinswala, a passionate believer in fitness and healthy living. He turned his lifestyle into a business. He is the co-founder of the YOLO Straw, one of the fastest growing fresh juice and smoothie chains in India. With nearly a decade of experience, Vikram's venture is a perfect blend of purpose, perseverance, and pulp. Please welcome Mr. Vikram Kinswala to the stage.
Thank you.
Second, we have Mr. Alkesh Agarwal, an entrepreneur, an angel investor, and startup mentor. Alkesh has worn many hats. He is the founder of Refill and Club Laptop, both of which grew into national brands. Our partner in Cedars, he has invested in over 100 startups across India. You have seen him on CNBC's Young Turks, and today you get to hear his story live. Put your hands together for Mr. Alkesh Agarwal.
Thank you.
Third, please welcome Mr. Sunil Chandra Shah. He is the face behind Blue Tea India, one of India's #1 herbal tea brand online. And yes, you saw him pitch and win hearts on the Shark Tank Season 2. Backed by Aman Gupta, Sunil is also an author, comic creator, and marketing expert. From fashion to telecom and now tea, his journey is stepped up in hustle. Let's welcome Mr. Sunil Chandra Shah to the stage. Fourth, let's hear it from Mrs. Mansi Sanvi Bhayani. A crusader for mental health, Mansi is the co-founder of Marga, a mind wellness studio. With over 8 years in the field, she has created a safe space that has touched 10,000 plus lives across India. Her team of 40 plus professionals work with schools, corporates, families, and individuals to make mental wellness accessible and stigma-free. Please welcome Mrs. Mansi up on stage. Fifth, we have Mr. Rajeshi Nag, a techie, marketer, and now a mobility disruptor. Rajeshi is the CEO and co-founder of Drivers for Me, a game-changing platform that is making verified drivers just a tap away. Operating across 4 cities with over 25,000 empowered drivers and 4.5 lakh app downloads, Rajeshi is building a full-stack car ownership solution for India. A big hand for Mr. Rajeshi Nag as he joins us on stage. With our panelists on stage, may I request our Dean, Professor Dr. Shitakshu Khatwa, to kindly come forward and felicitate after our esteemed panelists with a token of appreciation and gratitude from Xavier Business School. Mr. Mr. Vikram Kiswara. Mr. Sunil Chandra Shah. Mr. Mansi Sanjivani. And finally, Mr. Rajesh Shina. To take this conversation forward, so over to you, sir.
Okay, so good afternoon everyone. Of course, today is as a topic, brick by brick, is the most relevant topic I think for all the young minds who are sitting over there. Of course, a session after the lunch is a challenging one, but I'll make sure I ask such relevant questions and such important ones that you all stay enlightened and of course awake. That's really important. So of course, just to give you some great insights on how our startup ecosystem has risen from path to path, right? So now we are the third largest startup ecosystem in the world with over 1 lakh startups registered in early of 2025. We have had 100 plus unicorns, including likes of Flipkart, Swiggy, in terms of Zomato, Zerodha, right? And of course, the most important thing is we have a young population in India, right? So our average age is just 29 and we have a population of 1.4 billion, right? So the 50% of the startup founders who have done really well in their field are less than the age of 30. So of course, all the young minds are doing some exceptional work, including what Zepto has done, disrupted the industry of which is Bika. And of course, we have some diverse sectors like fintech, edtech, and there are so many sectors which are doing exceptionally well, and the startup ecosystem is growing over there. So the first question, and first, the startup system has generated 12 million jobs in India. So that is also an amazing thing. So a big round of applause for all the startup founders and investors for an exceptional work in the growth of India's journey. So all the panelists, there's a first common question to everyone. I think anyone can pick the mic and start it. So we had a topic just before the session was Amrit Kal, and we all are looking forward to that because that is our PM's vision. By 2047, India will be the top 3 or maybe the top 1 economies with a great 30 trillion plus market cap in terms of India, right? So what role does the startup ecosystem and the startup founders and investors play in making India reaching that point of Amrit Kal 2047?
Thank you, Yash. Let me tell you why. I think everyone in this room must be willing. This is Amrit Kal. What my take is, whenever I talk to any of my seniors or mentors, so in this, Alkesh is one of my mentors. So Amrit Kal is when you have seniors who can guide you, and when you see your youngsters, they are full of energy. So whenever I talk to my mentors or anyone seniors, they are so welcoming. They are so always wanting to help us. And whenever I see that I have to recruit a young generation people who can, who can give us that kind of energy. So there is no dearth of it. So both sides of the spectrum, I found wonderful energy, extreme kind of energy. Right now the focus when it comes to what 15 years back, and right now the focus towards the manufacturing side, towards the business side, from the government side, from the entrepreneurial skills side. Everyone is, I think, we are on the right channel. Things are falling in place for every one of us. So from us to everyone in the room, you will feel that once you will through your studies, you will find, n number of opportunities. You have to pick your opportunities. You have to take your call. You have to go by your passion. So what can be better than this when you think of passion or something like that? So this is a very small take on me. Let others also.
So as Vikram mentioned, I think Amritkal began from here. This is the first time I'm actually meeting founders. In the last 4 years that Marva began, I was actually in my room just trying to figure out how to create a mental health space and a space in Calcutta as a city. And I think not only Calcutta, but every single mentor of mine has been really supportive. And coming from the take that he mentioned, I think Amritkal is all about finding the gaps and working on them, finding every opportunity possible, and making sure that we optimize it with a lot of wholehearted, unconditional effort. I think the support will come your way. You just have to be hardworking and have your vision in place, and I think you'll get there.
Great, I think some wonderful insights. Anyone like to add? Keshva?
Hi, my name is Sunil Saha and I am the founder of Luti. Amritkal, जैसा बता रहे हैं, मुझे नहीं पता आप में से कितनों को इंटरेस्ट है. How many of you understand Hindi? No. Good, very good. Before we begin, can we do a small exercise?
Yeah, of course.
देखो, I hated these sessions when I was in college. मेरे को बहुत ही खराब लगता था. मतलब इतना बुरा लगता था. भाई क्या पका रहा है? मतलब ऐसा सामने से लगता था कि कुछ भी बोलना समझ में नहीं आ रहा. Before we get into that, वो होगा आपको भी. ये थोड़ी देर बाद, अभी पहले उससे पहले काम करते can we all stand up because मेरे को दिखता पूछा तो सोच के भाई वो तो खो गए. Can we all stand up please? एक बार याद हाँ नहीं हम तो चट्टी हुए हमको तो बोलना ही अच्छा ठीक है can you please sit down? Yeah, thank you. भाई बैठ जा पैसे लेगा हाँ एक बार आप सब बैठिए आप तो जागे रहोगे नहीं तो आपको तो मैं पकड़ लूंगा ऐसे यहीं से देख के आप sit down guys okay I hope all of you are awake now okay now that अमृतकाल वाला सीन जो है उसके पहले छोटा बात बता दूं I come from a place called चितरंजन किसी का नाम सुना है आसनसोल के पास है तो देखो आधे लोग तो आधी जनता तो जानती है बंगाल में रहती है now that is that small place my father was a mechanical engineer वहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट में थे मैं केवी से पढ़ा हूँ यहाँ पे कोई केवी से पढ़ा है भाई 2 केवी प्रोडक्ट मिले मेरे को 3 है हाँ और कोई गवर्नमेंट हाँ और कोई गवर्नमेंट स्कूल से पढ़ा है very few from government schools now I am also a government school pass out now from government school to a place where hardly people know from interiors of Bengal from a father who was probably a mechanical engineer who came from Jharkhand interior जहाँ पे मेरे फादर पहले वो बकरी होता है ना बकरी वो उसको हम लोग बकरी बगाल करना बोलते हैं ठीक है वो साथ में बकरी लिया now from that place I went on to do MBA वो मेरे लिए बड़ी बात थी I did that from Pune University पुणे से MBA करके work across India Airtel Aditya Birla Bestseller Denmark Network 18 Shoppers Stop all these companies work then I also taught at IMT Ghaziabad and Kapil. I know all of you what you think आँखों क्या दिख रहा है taught about 2000 students और वहाँ से I started this company and this company now when we started अच्छा मोदी जी आ गए otherwise तो लोग मेरे को चाय वाला बोलते थे which is not gonna work because after corporate job you cannot just sell chai is such a rudimentary product कैसे बेच सकते हो so अच्छा उसी टाइम मोदी जी got elected and he became the मतलब कि हाँ तुम भी बन सकते हो and from there now we have about 100 people working in the company where about 400 people are directly dependent 600 farmers work with us and I just had a farmer visit day before yesterday and about 2,500 people in interiors of India they are dependent on us. Why I'm telling you this stat because one guy who was absolutely nobody job में से ही कोई होगा he went on to create in next 15 years कि वो 2,500 लोगों को employ या फिर directly कहीं ना कहीं affect कर पा रहा है तो if all of us let's assume all of us meaning यहाँ से 10 लोग ऐसे निकलते हैं we are talking about 25,000 people employed in next 10 years and that's what is America समझ अगर ये कर सकते हो आप तभी जाके आगे बढ़ने वाला whatever is dream 40 ट्रिलियन हो या 50 हो या 5 में 10 हो doesn't matter but interiors of India are still struggling आपको विश्वास नहीं होगा I'm sorry I'm taking a little bit of time 5,000 रुपए is the average monthly income income of Indian farmer. 5,000 रुपए. आलू हम लोग 20 रुपए किलो खरीदते हैं, but वो बेचते हैं 1 रुपए किलो. That is the kind of effect which probably you guys can bring to India. और तब जाके वहां से स्टार्ट होगा एक ऐसा ग्रोथ जर्नी जो सिर्फ अमीरों को अमीर नहीं बनाएगा, but I think you all can make employment more feasible for the rest of India, and I think that is needed. यही हमें लगता है. Great, I think a big round of applause. Some wonderful insights on how I think the most relevant word can be Bharat. How Bharat can contribute, and of course all youngsters can contribute for us to become Amrit Kaal 2047. So with this great starting note, I will straight away jump into the questions and the ones which are very, very relevant. So first I would like to ask the investor who is sitting over there, and I think he's not just an investor, he's an entrepreneur himself and a mentor to so many startups who have been doing amazingly well, one of my mentors as well. So Alkesh, the question to you is, what are the 3 to 4 checklist points you see before investing in a startup? And a follow-up question to that is, to all the young minds who are sitting over there, what is that, because a startup itself being investable has a very important relevant definition which I think the people at that side don't understand. So at which point a startup should think about raising funds?
So I think thank you first of all, Yash, and thank you. So nice to be sitting with you all, because we often meet and it really feels exciting always to meet you and kind of learn from you guys and take your energy. आप लोग को लगता है मैं मेंटोर करता हूँ, but मेरा सिर्फ बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट होता है, हर बार लोग कुछ ना कुछ सिखा जाते हैं.
That is so humble.
So first question, I'll take the first question. Because we finished at Amrit Kaal, I'll just simplify it in some other way before I jump on to my answer. देखो अमृत काल या हम किस टाइम पे हैं, how the world is changing looks very exciting. All these are external auras that help us feel positive, negative, good, bad. But जब धीरूभाई अंबानी ने किया तभी भी कोई एरा था. He went on to build something. उसके पहले किसी ने बनाया तभी भी कुछ एरा था और कल भी कुछ होगा. So time will come and go. As entrepreneurs, don't cling on any facts that define you with time. You have to change time, and you have to bring Amrit Kaal. So that is the first major point that entrepreneurs should know. So and how do you do that? Looking at problems. Don't running away from the problems, because anyone in this world will pay you when you solve their problem. So make your eyes wide open to see the real challenges. कल भी थे, आज भी हैं, challenges बदलेंगे. पहले हम रास्ते में किसी से पूछे थे भाई रास्ता बता कहाँ जा रहे हैं, आज हम Google Map यूज कर रहे हैं, शायद कल कुछ और यूज कर रहे होंगे. So try to figure out the problems, and you will definitely see there are some problems which are existing, which were existing. Tissue paper everybody is using, right? If you go back and read the study of tissue paper, because we have dearth of time, nobody thought somebody will need a tissue paper. And when this guy invented tissue paper, everybody said, "Pagal," right? And today the entire world uses tissue paper. So as basic as tissue paper was a great invention. So my request: go and create Amrit Kaal. So coming back, where do I invest? Or I think any investor who look forward to invest, there are 3 major factors. I call it Trinity, investment Trinity from my side, from my thing. The first on the top of the triangle is the founder, the guy who's gonna do it. So who is he or she? So when I say who, it doesn't mean that you have done something in the past, right? What is the kind of energy you bring on the table? Either you have done it in past, or you have read about it or worked upon it so deeply that when I throw questions at you, you're coming back. If you don't have answers, you go back, study and come back to me. Even though I don't want to give you time, you bump into me and say, okay, now I've solved it. So first is founder. When I say founder, number 1, the domain knowledge, domain expertise. Second, which is very, very important and you all should take a note of it, is articulation. You might be great. आपको बहुत कुछ पता होगा, बहुत जानते हो, आप बोल ही नहीं पाते, या अपने जो भी चैलेंजेस को सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करो, समझा नहीं पाते हो in one line that you are in big trouble. Because if I am investing into someone, I know that this guy will be able to raise fund in the next following 4-5 rounds or not. It means you have to go and speak to the bigger guys. He has to be confident, right? So articulation is one great skill I always look at. Great model, you are doing something really good, but you cannot articulate, I'm not interested. Very clear. So articulation, so keep trying, keep practicing that. So once we kind of firm up on founder is great, he understands domain, and he can articulate, not only can sell the model, but can sell himself or herself. That yes, invest in me, I'm not sure, this model might not work, tomorrow I will be doing something else. Airbnb today. You know what Airbnb was initially? I know what Samsung was.
It started with air beds, and it was giving renting out air beds in a room full of people who wanted to go to conventions.
Okay, fine. And what about Samsung? It was a grain trading company, right? Grain. That's new to me also. Okay. So, and what was YouTube? Chalo, सबको use करते हैं. One interesting question पूछता हूँ.
Yeah, guys, please.
YouTube was a dating site. It was a dating site. Yes, video dating site. So somebody invested in video dating site, but they made huge money because they went on to become search engine, video search engine. So I know when early stage founders come, models will change in most of the cases. But can I bet on that founder? Will he be okay to change the model, pivot and build something out of it? Will he survive the difficulties? So these are small questions that come to us. Lot of things goes on at that kind of it because we have to spend some time with founders. Second is the business model. Obviously, आप क्या कर रहे हो उसमें कुछ दम है कि नहीं? And I simplified in one line. Are you building the reality of yesterday, or you are building the possibility of tomorrow? Are you building for the possibility of tomorrow? Because जो आप आज बना रहे हो अगर वो बना हुआ है या बन चुका है, कोई मतलब नहीं है पैसा इन्वेस्ट करने के. Because मैं तो 5 साल बाद बनाऊंगा. Will you be relevant after 5 years? That's very big thing. So I have to understand. Can you see how the behaviors of people will change 3 years from here, 4 years from here, 5 years from here, and can you really jump and build something with that? It's like eagle. When eagle take a shot at fish or something else, they don't come this way. They kind of calculate that this mouse is traveling at this speed and they go this way, right? So that's how you have to see that this guy can he or she take that, kind of have that view 3 years down the line, 4 years down the line. And finally, I have to get selfish because can I make money out of it or not? The unit economics is right or not? So is there a possibility I'll make money? Can I exit over next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years? If yes, all three things when I stitch together and feel excited about it, so I go and invest.
Great, I think a big round of applause for this wonderful insight and I think words of wisdom, because coming from a man who has invested in 150 plus startups and he has mentored so many of them, and I think it was a short investing and startup masterclass. Please, so guys, a big round of applause for him. Most of the points will be so relevant because many of you would have been starting up or maybe have already started up, and these are the points you should look for an investor to see you and maybe invest in your startup. So thank you so much for your wonderful insights. Now I come to the founders who have made it from the scratch, from ground zero, and I would like to start with Rajashree. Rajashree, I think he has started a startup. He found a problem that drivers are not that reliable. Maybe we don't have any system to book drivers. I think वो center से पहले होता था, but Rajashree has changed that. In fact, today itself, when I came, I used his services. I booked a driver because I didn't want to drive, right? So Rajashree, please tell us your story. How did you get this idea? What were the hardships? Because as startups, one line is common: failures are the pillar to success. So please share that your initial failures or maybe initial hardships, and how did you build drivers for me?
Thanks for using our service at first. Thanks for inviting me. And really, thanks to having me here because I am sitting with my advisors, you can say, like Rakesh sir, Sunil sir, Vikram sir, all ma'am, they all advising me a lot. And before going to your question, I just want to add one point on the Amrit Kal part. Okay, so I'm belongs from a non-business background, just like Sunil sir told. He is also coming from a non-business background.
what is the main problem in non-business backgrounds till date when our dinner table discussion is not about business? Because it's not possible. My parents are not from business background. They are not from business background, so they don't have any idea. We discuss a lot. My mom is from science. My dad is from economics background. My dad used to tell me how this history कैसा क्या हुआ था, something like that. And my mom is कैसे physics काम करता है. So this type of discussion we have used to done in our dinner time. So when our parents, those who are coming from non-business background, they will start discussing about business terms, business opportunities from a very low age, maybe from class 5 or class 6. That's a mentality. Like actually, I am very much rich about history, about like international business and all, because my dad gave me huge lesson, and I used to listen to him very quietly. कि हाँ ये बड़ा and पहले तो एकदम exciting नहीं लगता था धीरे-धीरे I get to हाँ ये अच्छा लग रहा है. If parents will start telling their children कि हाँ ऐसा भी होता है, this can be a potential place where from a very childhood days, my dad is an ex-IRS. He wants me to be a IAS. IAS का जो होता है, IAS नहीं हो पाया है, IRS हुआ है तो मेरा बेटा या बेटी IAS हो जाएगा. तो and from day one, he is like कि हाँ science, एक history बहुत important है, एक subject तो history तेरे को लेना है, something like that. So if parents also keep thinking कि this entrepreneurship startup might be a plan for future, that makes sense, and that should be the Amrit Kaal, I believe. Okay. Okay, now coming to my story. Okay, so it's a very long story. I'm trying to cut it very short. What is the biggest problem I have faced? Coming from a non-business background, don't know how to do business, don't know what is profit, okay? Don't have money to invest. My mom, dad, okay, something like that, right? So then we started something by our own. We developed the app. Fortunately, we are coming from like a tech background. We developed the app. Then we did many things. So first 3-4 years was pathetic. Okay, it was pathetic. Okay, so I was supposed to join PCS. I was supposed to do MBA. Okay, so there's multiple of things. But what point of a time I was thinking, हाँ my पापा इतना pressure कर रहा है तो कर लेते हैं. कौन घर में इतना problem आ रहा है? Something similar to that. But parallelly, I had the vision कि हाँ I want to do something in this field. So I don't want to go more deep into this because it's a huge decision. Okay, so if someone wants to succeed or they want to do something, they just keep doing. That is the only part. Because there's only one thing I still remember. We got a term sheet from Succeed. Something around 50 lakhs they are willing to put. Okay, and they told us at a good valuation, told us that you have to bring another 1.5 CR. Okay, so I think it was in 2022. And we were very happy. And this is like हाँ चलो यार अभी तो party है, 50 lakhs commitment आ गया, 1.5 से अब आ ही जाएगा, ठीक है? तो but fail, यार this is a very pathetic. Like जब हम लोग fail किए, जब Succeed ने बताया, Dheeraj sir was there at that point of time in Succeed. So he said कि Rishi, we don't want to wait more, okay? So it's a off for us. Let's close it. I and my co-founder were standing outside of our office building that used to be a garage. Okay, so we are discussing on that. Let's close it because there is no future on this. After that, we said let's try one more year. This is our last year in our startup. But every year we will do something like that. And we divided our roles and everything. I was taking care on the business part, my co-founder was fully shifted to the tech part. And in a year, I still remember that day, maybe after 1 year, we were choosing कि कौन सा investor को लेना है, like this is the real story of an entrepreneur from being rejected for fundraising to getting to that stage that he is choosing investors. So that's how the journey goes. I think this is very much relevant to so many young people who are there in front of us who will be starting up, and of course they have a privilege of the background of XPS because they have a business knowledge. So guys, this is something which is going to be a part of the journey, so please listen to it very carefully.
Yeah, so basically we were trying to raise 3 CR at that point of time. We got a commitment of 5.4 CR. And I still remember it was too difficult to choose किनको लेना है. And I shouldn't say in front of investors. We did
whatever is given is already done.
We did a SWOT analysis. I still have that sheet. Okay, this is the strength of this investor. We should try to take him in this round, and he will help me in this way, and he will help me for the next round. And we seriously did it. I still remember, and that's the like maza in life. Okay, and from that time, that is the launch pad. After that, everything is going good, and now also we are going good. But before that, there is 3 more years. पीछे भी 3 साल था जिधर पे बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स था, वो कोई नहीं बताता है, कोई न्यूज़पेपर दे आर नॉट कवरिंग दोस थिंग्स. वी आर आल्सो रिलक्टेंट टू से दैट टाइप ऑफ थिंग्स दैट क्यों बताएंगे फेलियर का स्टोरी. बट फेलियर जैसे सर बताया, फेलियर इज ए पार्ट ऑफ द स्टोरी. एंड इफ यू आर कमिंग फ्रॉम अ बिजनेस बैकग्राउंड और नॉट, fund will be a problem. So initially fund utilization should be taken care. Cash flow should be positive initial days. If don't run for fundings. जब आना है business होगा तो सर ऐसे ही बुला लेगा कि आ जाओ पैसा लगाना है, right sir?
Always. So that's the thing. So great, I think wonderful insights from Rajeshri, and I think a big round of applause for him because from the stage we were trying to close this startup. I think मुझे Amazon there's a story other from garage they started, and I think we started from that, and from the day they were planning to close this startup to the day they were choosing which investor to take, and I think that is also very important because it's not just about investors, it's about investors who can guide you, who can mentor you, and who can take you to the next level. Of course, help you to take you to the next level, and that's why I always acknowledge Keshway a lot because that is the effort he takes for the startups he invests in. So, our next question I would like to ask to Sunil Shah, the founder of Blue Tea. So, मैं आपको हिंदी में पूछता हूँ. जब हम सुनते थे चाय के बारे में इंडिया में, हमें एक ही याद आता था दूध की चाय, green tea, and then now of course we have come to blue tea. So how did the idea of blue tea का idea कैसे आया? Why did you choose tea as a sector? Because already there were so many players, इतने सारे लोग थे, इतने सारे बड़े-बड़े brands थे. Disrupting that space, how did you do it? And what's your vision for blue tea in the next 5 years?
यार आपने बोला हिंदी पूछते हैं, इंग्लिश में आ गया.
मैं जैसे ही मैं बोला हिंदी में पूछता, मैं चाह रहा कि आंसर आप हिंदी में दो ताकि जो बाकी लोग हैं वो समझे कि
ना. वैसे मेरी इंग्लिश अच्छी है वैसे, but just because sir said that you need to have articulation as founder, and I think over a period of years, एक चीज as founder story of course we'll get into the blue tea, but एक बात आप लोग please याद रखना, very critical. When I was in MBA, जिस स्टेज पे आप थे, my primary goal was to get a good job. Primary goal. अभी क्या हो गया है? I mean 2009 I passed out, and right now it's 2025, like 15-16 years in between. मतलब almost एक युग बीत गया बीच में. अभी anyone who looks for a job, there is a tendency to look down upon. यार तू startup नहीं कर रहा, यार तुम कैसे नहीं startup कर रहे? Everyone is looking for startup. I think every job which I have done a lot of jobs. I mean, I have done about 14 jobs in 7-8 years or 9-10 years before I started. I was not loyal to jobs, don't follow that one. But वो वाला बात छोड़, लेकिन मेरा situationship चलता था jobs के साथ कि भाई एकदम जैसे पसंद नहीं आया निकल के हो गया. मतलब not पसंद नहीं आया actually, जितना अभी बोलना नहीं चाहिए, जितना काम हो गया already हंसना चालू उसके बाद. Now, why did I do that? I started in Pune, went to Bombay, फिर Delhi, फिर Bangalore, फिर Hyderabad, Chennai, Cochin, came back to Delhi, Gurgaon, I was leading Gurgaon, I was leading Tamil Nadu, Kerala, came back to Calcutta with something else. Now across India when I traveled, that gave me two things. One, पहली बात तो ये थी कि मुझे acceptance आ गया कि पहले at the core I have a Bengali upbringing, तो मैं कई बार तमिलियंस को देखता था, मुझे लगता था क्या यार चप्पल पहन के आ गए, ठीक है, और and they used to be very rich. लेकिन ये जो माइंड में होता है कि लुंगी पहने और चप्पल पहने तो थोड़ा अजीब है, वो ना मेरे को एक्सेप्टेंस आ गया वहां रह के, केरला में रहते वो हो गया, तो मुझे एक बात तो समझ में आ गई विद जॉब्स व्हिच आई वाज इनटू, मुझे इंडिया के लिए एक्सेप्टेंस आ गया. तो वन ऑफ द कोर थिंग्स व्हेन आई वांटेड टू बिल्ड अ ब्रांड, तो मुझे इतना पता था कि मुझे पूरे देश के लिए बनाना है. It should not be Bengal, it should not be Delhi, it should not be Gurgaon, it should not be Punjab only. And today we are very proud that we are probably 10,000 plus pin codes to we are offering. We are about our 60% business comes from non-metro. So that's the kind of reach and that learning came from jobs. जो आज आप लोग शायद या फिर जॉब में ऐसे इवेंट्स में आप लोग इतना एंटरप्रेन्योर देखते हैं ना, तो लगता है यार हम क्यों नहीं हैं वहाँ पे. बट देयर इज अ जर्नी, देयर विल बी सम हु विल बी लाइक स्टार्टअप एंड जस्ट गेट इनटू बिजनेस, और कुछ हम लोग जैसे होंगे जो जॉब भी करके देन जब आप पक जाते हो देन व्हेन यू गेट इनटू इट विद लाइक अ ट्रेन. इट्स लाइक धोनी गेटिंग इनटू 24 at 24-25 he got into Indian team. And from there we had a different journey. However, Shubman Gill got into Indian team at 17. He will have probably prodigy. शायद हम उतने talented नहीं थे, और शायद हमारे पास घर में उतने पैसे नहीं थे. So I think do not ever. So that is before we get into the story part of the brand or how we started. That is not very important. But this part which is important for you, मैं हर एक job में I was a top manager there. In Aditya Birla, I was competing to 5,000 managers. And within 6 months, I was the best manager there. Why I'm telling you this? Because अगर आप 5,000 लोगों को beat नहीं कर सकते हो, तो you cannot make India's #1 startup. Cannot. If you are not even best at your job, तो फिर क्या ही काम करोगे entrepreneur जहाँ पे सब कुछ खुद ही करना है. And you have to. When I was in Airtel, I had about 200 people at my disposal. मैं बस एक बार I did not have time to call. उसमें हमारा सारा काम हो जाता था. When I started up, I used to go to Beghala, bring all the herbs from there, मेरे बाइक के पीछे में बांध के, come back to my warehouse, which is about 40 kilometers away. बाइक ऐसे से हिलती थी because you have 40 kgs पीछे आपके बांधा हुआ है, and herbs are lighter, तो बहुत बड़ा हो जाता था. उधर ट्रक वाला चिल्ला रहा है क्या लेके जा रहा है, पुलिस वाले रोक रहे हैं. All that. See, from there when you're probably leading a team of 200 and everyone is listening to you and you're going to talks like a top manager. And then you are actually driving a bike or riding a bike to just to deliver सामान मेरे warehouse में आज काम हो जाए. And warehouse कितना बड़ा? सिर्फ 200 स्क्वायर फीट का मेरे स्टडी रूम, जहाँ पे 10 by 10 वाले रूम में हम लोग खुद ही पैक कर रहे होंगे. So you have to probably go through that cycle. अगर आप जॉब से स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, do not be worried, you will get there. अगर आप बिजनेस से स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, you are lucky. Definite chances that you will fail someday, but then you again have to rebuild जैसा सब बता रहे हैं, वो तो हो गए ना. व्हाई डिड इट स्टार्ट? ब्लू टी बहुत ही बेकार स्टोरी है, लेकिन जस्ट बिकॉज आई डिड नॉट हैव मनी, हमने एक टेक स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट किया. और टेक जब मैं बनाने लगा था तब मुझे रियलाइज हुआ कि मेरे पापा मुझे चाहते थे इंजीनियर बनाना, मैं नहीं बन पाया, और मुझे कोडिंग नहीं आती थी तो मैं नहीं बना पाया. और जिसको मैंने पैसे दिए वो पैसे लेके भाग गया, एक और इंजीनियर था. ठीक है, अब मुझे पता नहीं था क्या करना है, पैसे 2-4 लाख ठोक गए थे, अब तो गए तो बच गए क्या. तो फिर देन आई थॉट यार सबसे सस्ते में बिना पैसे के कौन सा स्टार्टअप बन सकता है. तो हम लोगों ने 50,000 की चाय खरीदी, उसको कुछ पैसे में बेचा, फिर उससे पैसे बचे, फिर उससे कुछ पैसे में बेचा, एंड फ्रॉम 15,000 rupees probably we are now are valued at about 200 crores. That's it.
Wow, I think that sums it up. 50,000 से 200 crores, right? But मुझे एक क्वेश्चन आपसे जरूर पूछना है कि आपने जो जॉब स्विचिंग की, right? A lot of people in today's world think that as a negative point, right? Negative information के बाद
अभी आपको दूसरे वर्ड से नहीं हो. आज भी आप एचआर के पास 6 महीने बाद जाओगे तो बोलोगे कि भाई तू 6 महीने क्यों छोड़ गया. तो आई हैड वन आंसर देयर, बिकॉज़ आई वाज बेस्ट इन दैट जॉब. तो बोले या तो मैं तेरे लिए काम करूंगा या तेरे कॉम्पिटिटर के लिए, तो डिसाइड कर लो. तो आई डोंट वांट मेसी अगेंस्ट यू, राइट? सो आई वाज द मेसी ऑफ माय टीम. So I was like, okay, you have to continue to be market.
Great, and that is the attitude as an entrepreneur you should have. कि भाई बिंदास, कुछ नहीं सोचने का. Yes, there will be struggles, there will be hindrances, but you have to make it true. And हर एक आइडिया जैसे अखिलेश भाई ने कहा कि जो आइडिया इनिशियली होता है, you never thought कि ब्लू टी इतना बड़ा ब्रांड बन जाएगा, you had just that mindset कि नहीं भाई कुछ 50,000 से अपने को ग्रो करना है and एक टी का ब्रांड बनाना है. From there he has built a great startup.
Things which probably 50,000 वाला बात तो it is just the start, but I think देखो हम लोग आप लोगों के लिए एक्चुअली क्या अट्रैक्टिव होता है कि यार 50,000 से यहाँ पहुँच गए, क्या बात है, तबाही भाई तो बवाल कर गया भाई, ये लकी थे, नहीं तो भाई बहुत सारे ब्रांड आज चले गए. See, one of the things which come out is again, जैसा मैंने आपको बताया, for a very simple business, मैं अपने घर वालों को कन्विंस नहीं कर पाता कि मैं चाय बेच रहा हूँ, तो आप लोगों को क्या ही करता. तो इसीलिए that is what I am not even trying, because when I went back to my home and मैंने पापा को बोला कि यार पापा मैं चाय बेचना चाहता हूँ, तो I had a shock like ये भाई मतलब for Airtel and all the Denmark and दुनिया भर घूम घूम के तुम चाय बेचोगे, और वो भी उनका पहला दूसरों को क्या बोलेंगे आप कि मेरा बेटा चाय बेचता है. And till 2022 when I never had Shark Tank, उससे पहले you won't believe सर उन्होंने किसी को नहीं बोला था कि हम चाय बेचते. उन्होंने बोला था मेरा लड़का एक्स एयरटेल है, एक्स एयरटेल है. बहुत साल पहले काम किया मैंने एयरटेल में, एयरटेल बोलो बिरला में काम करता था, अभी कहते हैं तो कर रहा है कुछ तो भी होगा. So never told, and we were at 1.5 crore revenue per month. तब भी नहीं पता कि इतना शर्म है इंडियन हाउसहोल्ड में. And then the Shark Tank मेरी मम्मी पूछ रही है वैल्यूएशन सही नहीं मिला. हमारे मम्मी आप 8वीं पास हो, आप मेरे को बता रहे वैल्यूएशन, तो उस वाले लड़के को जो वैल्यूएशन मिला था ना उसको 4x का मिला था. हम बोले अच्छा yes. So that's the change probably Shark Tank has brought to India, that here household conversations have changed, and I think that is respect for my mom that they have also graduated with me. जैसे माँ बाप हम लोग तभी बनते हैं जब बच्चा आता है, तो एक्चुअली बच्चे का एक्सपीरियंस और माँ बाप का एक्सपीरियंस ही हो जाता है. उससे पहले तो खुद ही बाप नहीं था, उसको ही नहीं पता. तो वैसे हम भी उससे पहले ऑन्टरप्रेन्योर नहीं थे, हमें भी नहीं पता. और हम भी क्या बेचते थे, चाय बेचते बेचते वी डिड नॉट नो कि भाई 11 कंट्री में बिकने लगेगा. वी डिड नॉट नो कि भाई इंडिया में राइट नाउ वी हैव 15 लाख कस्टमर्स. वी आर द परफेक्ट इंसर्जेंट ब्रांड. इंसर्जेंट मतलब एक बड़ा वाला इनकम्बेंट बैठा होता है, टेटली, लिप्टन, बहुत बड़े ब्रांड्स होते हैं जो लास्ट 50 साल से बेच रहे हैं, हर महीने बेच रहे हैं. Right now in SEO ranking we are beating Tata Tea. That's like impossible. टफ कौन है, but SEO ranking में हार गए तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं. So that is how India is responding, and that is probably just the hustle of last 7 years. जो मैंने आपको एक लाइन में बोल दिया 50 से 200 करोड़. That's not how it is, but 7 साल में ये हो रहा है.
Great, yeah, great. I think wonderful insight, and I think सबसे ज़्यादा important the words you are telling. I think each and every one of you would be able to connect कि हाँ मेरे साथ ये चीज होता है, right? Am I right? Yes. So that is very very important. So now coming to Vikram, because I know you from a long time, right? And I know your background and your co-founder's background. You're coming from a strong business background, right? How difficult is to convince your parents, your society, your everyone कि नहीं भाई मैं एक अच्छा established business join नहीं करूँगा, and I'll be doing my own startup. And that also in a space I think which has a caveat कि भाई मैं जूस बेचूंगा, right? So of course that comes जैसे हम लोग ये बोलते हैं कि नहीं मेरे को जूस बेचना है, a lot of caveats come, a lot of negative mindset comes, especially in our society. So how did you overcome that and how did you convince that नहीं मुझे करना है? And of course now you are Yellowstop doing such amazing things. What's your plan in the future, please?
So I will break it into 2 parts. The first part, before starting the Yellowstop, I was with ING Mutual Fund. I was heading east, a very well-paid job, very respected kind of job. Family happy. I was very happy. Single job, 8 to 9 years. I was blue-eyed boy of my super boss. Amazing trainings, amazing self-development. I was more than happy. I always categorize myself as a emotional pool. Why emotional pool? I never wanted to leave Kolkata. I was always into health, खाने के हिसाब से, when it comes to healthier activities, I was into gym, running, and when it comes to food habits, my preference was always towards juice, lassi, anything over than aerated drinks. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता नहीं लेता था, but the preference was towards this side. So when I decided to start my own, one of the thought was, why not juices? So the first thought was always juices, and we have done an R&D of at least 8 to 9 months. Met someone from the industry, F&B industry, from the outside industry, from colleagues, and lot many people. We just wanted to understand whether this business is feasible or not. जैसे अपने सब बोलते हैं ना MVP बोलते हैं, तो आप उस लेवल पे अपनी बात करते हैं, सबसे मिलते हैं. मैं टर्किश भी एज वेल. Let me tell you, सबसे कॉमन जवाब जो हमें मिला था, कनाडा में जूस कोई नहीं पीता, ये चाय वालों की सिटी है. ये इतना सुन चुके थे कि खुद पे ये एक तरह का शक होता था कि करे कि नहीं करे. ये 50 में जूस कौन पिएगा? But luckily me and my co-founder both had a very strong feeling कि अगर पूरे इंडिया में बिक रहा है तो यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं बिकेगा. What we thought कि सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या है ना, it is not juice, it is availability. अरे मिल ही नहीं रहा है, मिलता है आपको मौसमी है और आपको वहाँ पे सिर्फ अनार का जूस मिलता है, तो आप पियोगे कैसे? ग्लोबली आदमी बात करते हैं ABC की, when we say ABC, people, any health conscious was it's apple, beetroot, carrot, मिल ही नहीं रहा तो पियोगे कैसे? So the problem कुछ और थी, आदमी कुछ और देख रहे थे. So that is what the issue is कि आपको कई बार जब आप सुनते हैं तो वो अपने पर्सपेक्टिव से बोल रहे हैं, आप उसको किस एंगल से देखते हैं ना, उस प्रॉब्लम को आप कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, that is the most important part. So problem will always be there, but how people are connecting with that problem and how you are trying to solve that problem is the most, I would say, crucial part of your startup journey. How you are identifying that problem. Now coming back to my family, let me be very honest, my family was supportive. So हर तरफ में इतना मेलोड्रामा नहीं रहता. So I think I am one of the luckiest guy. कि family supportive
Two sides of the coin.
Yeah. So let me be very honest, the family supportive थी. हाँ, वो एक बेसिक सभी को पूछते हैं यार कम से कम जॉब इतना अच्छा चल रहा है, उसी को कंटिन्यू कर लो. जिस समय जॉब कर रहा था वाइफ भी यही थी, देख लो. सो कोई भी ये प्रेशर नहीं था, नहीं अरे क्या कर रहे हो, कोई तरह का ये नहीं. अगर तुम्हें लगता है तो तुम ये कर लो. सो वो फ्रीडम हमेशा से थी. खुद का चॉइस की उसमें वन ऑफ द रीजन करना तो अभी कर लो. बच्चे अभी घुटने के नीचे हैं, वो जैसे कमर के ऊपर पहुंच जाएंगे तो प्रॉब्लम होगा. दूसरा सबसे बड़ा रीजन होम लोन नहीं था. इफ यू आस्क मी, जैसे ही सैलरी आदमी का होम लोन चालू होता है, दिस इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट क्रशर, जिसके कारण आदमी अपना स्टेप नहीं ले पाता, क्योंकि आपके पास अपनी कमिटमेंट्स बढ़ा दी. वो कमिटमेंट नहीं था, बच्चे छोटे थे, फैमिली वाज ऑल टुगेदर वाज वेरी, आई वुड से, सपोर्टिव. इतना जब बोल रहे हैं उसको सपोर्टिंग बोलते हैं. एंड व्हाई अगेन आई वुड से आई एम एक्सट्रीमली लकी कि मेंटर्स की कमी नहीं है बॉस. दुनिया कुछ भी बोले, आप हेल्प मांग के देखो, आप हेल्प मांग के देखो, दुनिया हेल्प करती है. इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं.
सबसे ज्यादा मांगना जरूरी है.
आप हाथ लगाओगे ना, आपको एक से एक आदमी मिलते हैं. So the guy sitting in front, beside me, I genuinely am very lucky. आप आधी रात में इनको फोन करो, आपको तब आपको रिस्पॉन्ड करेंगे.
करना मत.
I can tell you, I can vouch for it.
I still remember we were sitting at my home and
Yes.
we were planning yellow tea and you were in the, yeah, some yellow straw. So mix हो गया. So I still remember and feel so very happy, I can't tell you. जब साथ में देखा हुआ होता है कि आया बेटा भैया ये करूँ नहीं करूँ कैसे करूँ, and we are discussing for hours and now you are here, it feels so great, so proud.
So आप इंडस्ट्री वालों से बात करो, आपने कहीं चल गया बोलते हैं इंडस्ट्री वालों को, मतलब आपको कंपटीशन लगता है, वो लगता है. मतलब हमने स्टार्टर पे जाने को मेनली करके अपॉइंटमेंट पूछा, बंदे ने बुला लिया आराम से, फॉर आवर्स ही इज गिवन अस गुड टाइम टू अस. तो ये कई बार अपने को लगता है यार अपने करे नहीं करे, हेल्प मांगी, प्लीज हेल्प मांगना सीखो. दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट. और अपने आइडिया पे जितने चैलेंज को तुम फेस करोगे उतना तुम्हारा ये चीज आइडिया क्लियर होता जाएगा. व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड जूसना, सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या थी कि व्हाट इज द डिफरेंशिएटर. अब प्रॉब्लम तो हमें पता है कि कोई नहीं पीता, हाउ विल यू गेट दैट डिफरेंशिएटर. तो गूगल देखा सबके पास है, हमने गूगल किया कि ग्लोबल क्या कल्चर है, तो हमने देखा कि ग्लोबली चल रहा भी कोल्ड प्रेस जूस चल रहा है. ओके, वेरी गुड, हम भी वो मशीन लेके आते हैं, पहुंच गए दिल्ली, क्योंकि दिल्ली में इसका सबसे बड़ा मार्केट है, जो सबसे बड़ा मैन्युफैक्चरर है. जब हमको पूछ रहे तो हमसे पूछ रहे ये क्या होता है, वी वर शॉक्ड. पर ये क्या है, आप सबसे बड़े मैन्युफैक्चरर हो, आपको कोल्ड प्रेस जूस नहीं पता. इंटरनेशनली हम इस चीज को जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स थे उनको अपना मेल लिख रहे हैं. अगेन वी आर लकी. आप अपने एफर्ट्स डालते रहो. व्हाट आई वांट टू से, प्लीज नेवर से बाय. आपकी लाइफ में कई सारी ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी आएगी, जैसे राष्ट्रीय ने कहा ना कि ये बंद कर दें, ये तो ख्याल हर एंटरप्रेन्योर, हर स्टार्टअप को आएगा. अगर आपके पास नहीं आया है तो आप समझिए आपका स्ट्रगल ही नहीं रहा. ये स्ट्रगल को पार करना, ये परसिवरेंस, ये होना ही होना है. ये आपके जॉब में आएगा, ये आपके बिजनेस में आएगा, एंड दिस इज वेयर यू हैव टू मूव फॉरवर्ड. फिर वो जो इंटरनेशनल से वन ऑफ द आई वुड से मैन्युफैक्चर, वो उसी समय लकीली इंडिया में आने की प्लान कर रहे थे, उनके सीईओ आके हमसे कैलकाटा में मिल गए। सो थिंग्स करें, आप अपने एफर्ट्स को हर जगह पे डालते रहिए, यू विल सडनली सी अरे ये क्या हो रहा है, ये कैसे मेरे साथ हो गया, एंड स्टेप बाय स्टेप आप आगे बढ़ते चले जाओगे। ऑल ऑफ अ सडन गलतियां कई सारी होंगी, वी हैव डन within a year we have opened 5 outlets, just seeing first outlets magic, and we realized अरे backend क्या मेरा, I don't have backend of managing 5 outlets. Then we just took a pause, we tried to maintain our backend, we started doing our backend job, and that is how again we realized how important backend is, how important the operations are. So the glamour of sales, the glamour, and startup is very glamorous from outside, and hustle, let me tell you, boss, वो देखो फट जाती है, लिटरली वही हाल होता है सबका। There is not a single story which is glamorous जितनी आपको लगती है। ये जो 20,000, 50,000 से 200 करोड़ की जर्नी है ना, तो 7 साल में वो सुनील को अच्छे से पता है, वो जो भी आदमी हर किसी को पता है। So just be prepared for it. But let me tell you, हर आइडिया को अगर आपने अपने उसके ऊपर में अपना एफर्ट दिया है, अपने उसको अपना पैशन दिया है, एंड सिर्फ पैशन से नहीं होता, वो जितना बोरिंग, वो जितनी आपने परसेवरेंस दिखाई है, उसको उतना बड़ा सक्सेस रेट मिल सकता है। So I would say family कभी सपोर्टिव मिलेगी, कभी नहीं मिलेंगे, कभी फ्रेंड्स मिलेंगे, कभी नहीं मिलेंगे, but never give up. Attitude is the most important part, and always ask for help. You will get your job first done. Thank you.
Wow, some great words. Great perspective, विक्रम। मैं खाली एक चीज ऐड करूंगा, कहीं ना कहीं मेरी इमेज लोग इन्वेस्टर की तरह बहुत ज्यादा बना दे रहे हैं। So टेक्निकली आई एम नॉट एन इन्वेस्टर, मैं खुद एक फाउंडर ही हूँ, बहुत छोटे से स्टार्ट किया, एंड जो बहुत सालों से जानते हैं वो जानते हैं, बिकॉज आई कम फ्रॉम अ फैमिली जहाँ एक्चुअली वैसा ही था कि 1,000 रुपए भी नहीं थे, 1000 मतलब मैं 50,000 की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, 1,000 रुपए नहीं मिलेंगे। सो आई आल्सो डिड लॉट ऑफ जॉब्स, एंड वन लर्निंग बिफोर आई एक्सप्लेन, हम लोग आजकल बहुत पढ़ते हैं ना, डू व्हाट यू लव, है ना, sorry, love what you do what you love. So but I always say love what you do till the time you get to do what you love. So you have to keep loving what you do, because then only you can enter. उससे जो भी जॉब की वो प्यार करना नहीं पता नहीं, but you are actually that's your, but not everybody can do it, right? But you have to love what you do. So and I was lucky I started doing that, because my entrepreneurship journey started when I was in class 8. I had to leave my school because I was not able to pay fee, right? So मैं MBA हूँ, जैसे तैसे BCom का साइड वाला डिग्री है, so कुछ भी लिखा हुआ नहीं है, and never attended college except for exams, right? So what is really important, never give up. As a founder, struggle is a part of the story, right? Struggle is a part of the story. कि कोई भी यहाँ पे ट्रैकिंग पे गया कभी, कोई एडवेंचर, right? So when you sign up for adventure, what you do? You know आप माउंटेन पे जा रहे हो, वेदर एक्सट्रीम होगा, फिसल सकते हो, लग सकती है, तबीयत खराब हो सकती है, you are okay about it. Then you select your adventure. The day you sign up for entrepreneurship, it's an adventure. It's not a fleeting ride. So don't sign up for it as a ride. It is an adventure. So when you sign up for adventure, there will be struggle, there will be late nights. So don't talk about work-life balance, don't talk about late nights, don't think about all of those stuff. Don't get into that fancy things. All overnight successes that you see have got years of nights spent behind them. So, और मैं आज भी फाउंडर हूँ, मेरा अपना कंपनी चलता है. Why I started investing is very simple. I got to raise fund in 2008 myself when startup was not a word in India. When I raised fund for the first time, again, if you keep trying, there was somebody sitting in flight by my side, and that was one of the first of flight I took because I got some coupons. And this guy was an investor, I didn't know. मैंने अपना सारा धंधा समझा दिया उसको, बैठे बैठे मैं तो बेच रहा था कि प्रोडक्ट बिक जाए तो कंपनी मिल गया थोड़ी सी. So I was lucky enough, so it took me 1 year to kind of persuade him and get the deal signed. Then I again raised in 2019 from a UK based fund. I exited in 2013-14. My company again literally failed because that model crashed globally. Again built something, and now I'm running that. So why I started investing? Because I fell in love with all the great entrepreneurs who are building. I always love to spend time with them. ऐसे तो कोई टाइम देगा नहीं, पैसे के चक्कर में आ जाते हैं, कुछ सिखा जाते हैं. So whatever small I put, actually my
interest is not that fun and return because I love to make money out of my business. But yes, this takes me closer to the disruption because these guys are disrupting. If I am close to them, my blood and my feelings are also close to disruption. I don't want to age, especially in those feelings.
Great, I think again one way amazing answer. Well, luck it out. That is what I would like to sum up. It's never too late or never bad to ask. Keep asking, and of course, it's all about your struggle, your journey, your beginning. But yeah, वो vision रहना चाहिए, and we should be stubborn enough to do that. So now I'd like to come to Mansi Singh Bayani, who is the founder of Marga Wellness Studio. I've been knowing her for the last 5 years, and she's been doing some amazing job in the area which is the most relevant in the today's world, right? That is mental health. Because with the competition increasing, with the competition not in the corporate, even in the student side, I think mental health is something which is very important. I think all the founders will also agree. Aajkal, because of the pressure of investors, because of the peer pressure, because of family pressure, we all are struggling with our mental health. So the first question is, of course, how did you start Marga and why did you start it? And second, of course, the most relevant one is that mental health was a caveat or a stigma which we did not accept. Right? कि mental health क्या होता है? दिमाग से क्या depression क्या होता है? कुछ नहीं होता, right? It is just in the mind. But that is a stat that we should like to share. 50% से ज़्यादा population US में mental health में I think आजकल में गुजर रहा है. So what's your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Yash. Firstly, it was a pleasure to hear from all of y'all. I think I don't know if I would have gotten this opportunity to meet all of y'all together. So thank you so much, St. Xavier's University, to invite me. So can we all just stand up once? Yeah. So I'm going to tell y'all to do something, and y'all have to do the opposite of it. Can we do that? Can we do that? Yes. Lovely.
That's the real definition.
Lovely. So if I tell you all to sit down, you'll have to stand up. If I tell you all to clap, you'll have to not clap. And if I tell you all to roll your arms, you have to probably not do that. Can we do that? Yes? You have to say no. Alright. Can you clap our hands? Don't clap your hands, please. Clap them harder. Clap them softer. Can we sit down? Can we stand up? Can we give a high five to the person to the left? Can we give a high five to the person to the right? Can we not give a high five at all? Alright. Thank you so much. So, I think physical health is very, very understandable to all of y'all. Y'all got up, your bodies move. But what changed? Did your mood change? Did your vibe change? Yes? Alright. So body and mind is very much connected. That's the power that we have. We cannot help the body without the mind. I'm sitting here today only because my mind is strong, because physically I literally had 104 temperature yesterday. But I was so excited to meet everybody, and my mom was like, be strong and you're going to make it. And I actually did, and I'm so happy that I could. So my journey with Marga has been a roller coaster. I am a humanities background student, guys. Studied psychology from Sushila Birla. I'm a dyscalculic, I don't understand numbers. Okay, every time I open literally I have to calculate stuff. I open my calculator and then I have some people to help me with the same.
All the weak mathematics students, yes, कुछ हो सकता है.
Yeah, यहाँ पे बहुत सारे जनों ने rounds, this, that, said a lot of things. Everything went quite above it, but I'm learning for sure. But I think one thing that you need to have if you want to be an entrepreneur is a vision, passion, and an experience. Like something that you really want to do. So being a child, I was introduced to counseling at a very early stage, and I had a very, very supportive family. There was an incident in my life for which I had physical symptoms and my body was shaking, shivering. And that's when they told me that, oh, this is anxiety and you need support. And that's when my school counselor in Sushila Birla helped me, supported me, and I was like, wow, like, isse better kya ho sakta hai? Like, to help somebody and then get paid for it also. Like, this is an amazing job. And I think after that there was no looking back. I continued pursuing it. I did my graduation in psychology, went to Loreto, then I did my masters, then I did my degree from Rehabilitation Council of India, and COVID hit. So I started my journey from home. Okay, so मेरा कोई investment नहीं था. It was a service-based thing. It was my skill set that I was actually providing to people, supporting them. So I had to put 2 tables and a chair, like a table and 2 chairs around, and I started calling people from my home chamber. And along with that, I worked in a school as a school counselor as well. So it was like school se ghar aana, like 7 o'clock I used to leave for school, come back at 2:45, 3 to 7, every 1 hour I had a client coming home. Now how did I get these clients? Was absolutely word of mouth. One person clicked, put in my heart and soul, then the second, then the third, then the fourth, and then people started coming in. Because they liked the work, because mental health field mein, or any field mein, credibility is something that you have to build by yourself. It just doesn't come through optics. You have to actually create an impact. So as soon as this happened, COVID hit, and then I'm like, shit, अब तो घर पे नहीं बुला सकते, मम्मी पापा आने नहीं देंगे किसी को, तो अब invest करना होगा, अब जगह लेनी होगी, etc. So there was a class 12 project called Marga, which I had. I always wanted to open up a safe, non-judgmental space where people could come in unconditionally, chill, have some good time, not like a clinic, but take some support. And as soon as I got an opportunity, my husband and me jumped at it. We told our father, so my father-in-law had a space, and we were like, "Hum rent denge, aap hame jagah de do." Okay. So then we got the space. We wanted to beautify it. So मेरी जितनी भी salary थी, Sushila Beda से whatever I earned, and from my clients whatever I earned, I was like, मैं सब देके I want to create beautiful interiors because I want people to know it's not like a clinic. It's a space where people can come, relax. They should get a vibe because आजकल vibe is the thing that really matters.
Gen Z's vibe.
Yeah. So हमने वो vibe create की, and we in a garage we created Marga, which is a 800 square foot space, जिसमें हमने हर एक centimeter और inch में कुछ ना कुछ create किया so that we could like utilize it optimally. And we have like chambers and workshop area and other spaces where. So right now we started with around 3 of us. It was me, my husband, and a client of mine. And we're a team of 40 of us now with 2 spaces and an online presence. And my focus with mental health has been accessibility, affordability. I myself as a therapist, when I want to go for counseling, मुझे 1500-2000 के नीचे कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहा था. And Marga has proudly been supporting people for years, 500, 600, 700, 800 with a range of amounts, where not only students reach out to us, adults, special needs children, corporates, schools, colleges, every single person who has a need to support their mental health, we're there supporting them. So I think that's where my journey started from. Scaling up वगैरह मुझे ज़्यादा अभी पता नहीं है. But I am a practicing psychologist along with being a founder. So मैं दिन के 12 clients देखती हूँ और फिर रात को बैठ के entrepreneurship करती हूँ और Saturday, Sunday. So I used to work on Sundays also, guys. In the beginning, 5-6 years of my career, it's been 8 years that I'm practicing now, and Marga is open for 4 years.
That deserves a big round of applause because that is the dedication, that is the hard work required for being a successful entrepreneur.
Yeah, and the effort that was there was कि मानसी से मार्गा को कैसे support देना है. Like Marga should be visible. Mansi is not going to be there forever. So that because I cannot keep practicing, I have to scale up. I have to probably. So I'm going to be taking some mentorship from all of them for sure. But for our field, quality is something that is extremely very important because it's very person specific, very humanistic. So I think the balance that I created as a founder as well as a psychologist was, as a psychologist, I had to actually be human, very deep and very present. And as a founder, I had to be strategic, a people handler, managing a team, and managing tech, money, etc. So I think what I've been thriving in, trying to survive in this balance between being a founder and a psychologist and helping my organization grow further. So I think that's been my journey, and I absolutely agree with Vikram. You have to ask for help. आपको घर बैठे बैठे हेल्प नहीं मिलेगी. You have to ask for it. And सबके struggles यहाँ पे are from basics, which you guys are also struggling right now. It's all about emotional, mental, and physical health. The crux is the 3 of these. If you can maintain a balance between these 3, like all of us have to exercise, we also have to eat healthy. we have to maintain our physical and mental health in order to provide what we are providing today. So I think at the end of it, all of us summarizing that guys, nothing comes easy, but nothing is so difficult. If you're consistent, persistent and you keep working hard, you can achieve everything. Thank you so much.
Wonderful words of wisdom, and all the girls in the house, I think she should be an inspiration, because the way she started from ground zero and now she's I think teaching, she's helping all the clients grow, coming out of the mental health, right? And of course it's very relevant because very few people actually understand in our country that mental health is how important है for the growth of our self growth, right? So I think this is a wonderful job you're doing, and keep going that. And I think just on a lighter note, अगर आपको successful entrepreneur बनना है तो garage से start करना जरूरी है, right? So I think that is a caveat I would say. So some wonderful points you have taken, right? And of course I'll open the floor for questions very soon, right? And trust me guys, those who are sleeping may not already उनका face note कर लिया है, and I'll be specifically telling you to ask the questions, right? So guys, be prepared. So before that, before we open the floor for questions, one very relevant point which I think we should all talk about is, we have all talked about the good side of startup, the struggle, the wisdom, etc., right? But there's a statistics which kind of brings a red dot to my mind, right? That 90 or 95% of the startups fail in the first 5 to 6 years of existence, right? Yes, failures are not bad, but yes, that is the start, which is a big one, right? So I want one good point from everyone about what could be the reason of the startups failing, 90% of them in the first 5 years, and what are the initiatives which are available, be it on the government side, be it Shark Tank, right, which are driving and trying to reduce that failure rate. I would like to start with Rakesh.
Very difficult question. Yes, actually, I don't think there's a book or there is something that can say that, because there's so many variables when you start a business, when you don't know that. Yeah, you can read a few books, you can talk about a few pointers, but believe me, something that will hit you will be totally, completely different than what you have read or what you have experienced or what you have seen. The only thing I will say, I won't tell any one or two traits, I would say keep following the tough side of struggles and tough stories on internet beyond just glamorous stories, because that tells you what really happened, how they survived, because that will keep you motivated. And I always say to my team and everyone, 3 things: progress over perfection, don't try to be perfect. Consistency over intensity, because you will feel motivated one odd day and मैं तो दुनिया बदल दूँगा, next day मैं बंद कर दूँगा. So you will go with this again and again. So consistency over intensity. And finally, which is very important, fundamentals over facts. Okay, so because you have to run by fundamentals. आप calculus पढ़ लो, कुछ पढ़ लो, but one thing that you need always is addition and subtraction in your life, right? You go buy something, you need addition, subtraction, multiplication. That's what is the fundamental of your life. You can build on top of everything, but try to stick to core. Because if you follow these 3 things, I think the chances that you go back and see the mirror and say, okay, this is where I am wrong, accepting that, जिसने कहा था accept किया इसने. So often you have to learn to accept. The only thing that you need to do is every day, every week, see mirror and say, okay, this is what I tried to do, this is where I did mistake, I can improvise here, I can reach out to someone, and I'll reach out to 5 people, kind of squeeze all the information and create something of my own. Not that because Sunil said something, because Rakesh said something, because Rex said something, you will do it. Because it might be relevant. Because that's what a disclaimer I always give. What I'm sharing with you is my limited knowledge, my limited perspective about this large, vast world. So I might be wrong, but what I'm sharing with you today is what I have learned from my experience, my reading, and my encounters with founders. So please guys, do take a note of it, that try to see mirror, be honest with that, and it will work out for you.
Amazing. So, should we like I have to take?
Yeah, so basically you mentioned I think government supports, right? Basically for us, we didn't get anything. We tried some things, but it didn't help for us. सुनाई देता है कि बहुत कुछ मिलता है, but मिला नहीं है, but ठीक है, whatever. But I got huge help from many people. Okay, as I'm not coming from a business background, so I don't have a network also. I don't know how to meet people, how to speak with people, and all. Very big problem. Okay, so we I don't know how, but I worked with a group. It's called Founder Circle. Okay. So, I still remember one day said he will meet some people. Okay, so that time he already a big person. So I said, yeah, there's an opportunity. I'll meet someone who is in that level. So he called a few people in Craft Coffee. We had a word. He figured out many points. This she should do, this she shouldn't do. This is good thing. Some other founders were also there. This is first point. Then what happened? Then I'm a bit free. Okay, chalo. Abhi he is in that position. He is saying, you are doing something right. But he means he is validating. That will give you a good push. Okay. Next, I had a discussion with multiple people. I met to Alkesh sir also one-to-one. He also gave me some inputs. This can be done. You should try this. So this type of mentors will help you a lot. You have to figure out whom you should go. Okay, today you have to understand कि you can't say कि मैं तो इनको try कर रहा था नहीं मिला. अरे यार post उनका भी काम है, busy है. Let's try to make something. Then take it to that person. They will definitely help. They have already discussed that thing. Government, I don't know. I think that's a only one-way process.
And I think it's improving, right? That's the most important thing.
Yeah. So and okay, apart from that, like initially, right? Initially, networking is a very important thing. You should meet new people. Okay, you should meet people those who are coming from this type of background. Today, after this session, you should attack all of them. Okay, because they are very, very senior to me. Okay, I am like your age only, nearby. So I am 26, so they are the big people. So
intentional, I think after telling that 26, I think most people are going to come to you. Bhai, कैसे किया? How was it? Because of course Gen Zs can connect with Gen Zs more faster than of course all the people sitting over here. Anything like that?
It's a very difficult question if you ask me. कि why 95% fail? अब आपसे मैं एक चीज पूछ रहा हूँ. सबने एक ही स्टोरी दी है, perseverance. The other side of the story, when you meet lot many people, they will tell you if you have to fail fast. तो आदमी क्या करे? कि मुझे मेरे प्रोडक्ट पे यकीन नहीं आ रहा, चलो इसको बंद कर दें. और यहाँ से सारी स्टोरी आ रही है, बॉस, you have to have confidence. वापस से ट्राई करो. और दूसरा आदमी से मिलने जाओ, बोलता है बॉस, need to fail fast. जो भी करना जल्दी कर. So that is where I think the bigger challenge is. कि what needs to be, which path you will take. And my second part, I would say, what is my take? Why 95% of the startups fails? Because of the glamour. This side is so glamorous. So everyone think कि entrepreneurship is the best way. जाकर कि ये काम करो, अपना खुद का काम करो, बॉस अपना खुद का लाइफ है, किसी और के लिए क्यों काम करें, अपना लाइफ, अपना रूल्स, अपने लिए कमाएंगे, अपना ब्रांडिंग होगा. For me, what is entrepreneurship is, you are doing what you love to do. And you can do that even when you are in job. आप वहाँ पे भी बहुत कुछ कर सकते हो. आइडिया ये नहीं है कि आपको दुनिया बदलनी है, तो आपको अपने जॉब से ही करना है. ये साइड इतनी ज्यादा ग्लैमरस हो चुकी है. People are trying just to earn that glamour more than solving the problem. वो अपने मन से प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करते हैं without taking the MVP. What is it? उनका minimum viable product भी तैयार नहीं करते हैं, and they think that उनका तो सब कुछ हुआ होगा, ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगा. So आप आज के डेट में उस ग्लैमर के लिए जब आओगे तो ग्लैमर के लिए तो फेल होना बहुत नॉर्मल है ना, like film industry. So that is one of the biggest reasons why people fail. So you need to identify the right problem, and you have to also take care how your numbers are getting, what is the traction. It's a initial 1 to 2 years are one of the most difficult period. जहाँ पे आपका अपना कॉन्फिडेंस खत्म होगा, आप किससे अपना जोश ले रहे हैं वो जरूरी है.
one last point, I think fail fast, अच्छा point है. अगर आपको बंद करना है जल्दी बंद कर दो, because so that you can do something else in case it is not working, rather than. But एक और बहुत बड़ी बात है, actually this is not a problem. भाई 90%, 95%, in fact 99% should fail. क्यों नहीं fail होगा भाई? आप में से सभी पैसे बना लोगे तो फिर सब जब मिलेंगे कोई ना कोई तो बुरा फील करेगा भाई. बुरा फील करने वाली जनता ज्यादा है. जिसके पास सबसे हॉट गर्लफ्रेंड है वैसे लोग ही कम होते हैं. ठीक है, तो ये समझ ले, ये तो फैक्ट ऑफ लाइफ है भाई. सक्सेसफुल तो कुछ ही लोग होंगे भाई. विराट कोहली एक ही है, टीम में 22 खेल रहे हैं. एक ही बंदे को 22 करोड़ मिल रहा है, दूसरे को 22 लाख नहीं मिल रहा है. सो इसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम है ही नहीं. हाँ देख, अब हम तो फोन भी OnePlus यूज कर रहे हैं, नेवर सेटल. ठीक है, वो जो बोल रहा है कि वो अब आईफोन जिसके पास है, ठीक है, नॉट दैट इट इज, हाँ, लेकिन अगर आईफोन EMI पे तो दिक्कत है भाई. ठीक है, तो वो चलेगा. अभी बोल रहे हैं हेल्थ की बात, यू नो, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैरी पॉटर फैंस? तो अरे यार कम लोग देख नहीं रहे जिनकी अच्छी. हाँ सर, हाँ, तो जो भी हैरी पॉटर को डम्बलडोर सेज को वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग कि हेल्प विल बी गिवन टू दोस हु आस्क फॉर इट इन हॉगवर्ट्स. तो भाई अगर आई एम श्योर प्रोफेसर्स हियर सम ऑफ देम विल लाइक टू प्ले डम्बलडोर. कभी ना कभी कुछ ना कुछ ज्ञान तो देते होंगे. सो आई थिंक दैट इज व्हाट इज. हाँ, कोई स्नेक नहीं होंगे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं. सो आई थिंक यार दैट इज, इट्स नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. आई थिंक एवरीवन शुड फेल. सम ऑफ देम, द ओनली द सर्वाइवल ऑफ द फिटेस्ट. जो बेस्ट होगा वो जीतेगा, और अगर आप बेस्ट नहीं हो तो आप जीतने के लायक नहीं हो. सिंपल.
something on the mental health front. जो startups feel करें, क्या competition, क्या mental health is playing a big role in that?
So I think all the points that all of us mentioned here had the core value system as the fact that you believe in yourself, the fact that you have to consistently work towards it, and I think especially addressing it to all of you all here, your goals have to be very smart. I guess you guys know the full form of SMART. Do we? Yes. First year, second year. S stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. If your goals are not related to these, please start being flexible and adaptable enough to make changes. And I think हमने Maslow's hierarchy of needs भी पढ़ी है. So we need to know that before we get our basics right, we cannot reach actualization. Right? We need to get the basics correct, then slowly we go through and then we reach where we need to reach. So it has to be from concrete only, then we can reach abstract. They continuously kept saying glamour. I mean, I've not reached that stage yet, but trust me, if you're seeing the newspapers and then wanting to start a startup, then please close the newspapers and throw them away, because you have to do something to start, right? Alright?
I think very relevant. So now, without wasting any more time, I would straight away go to the audience to pump up some great questions. Guys, we'll be taking only 3 to 4 questions. I want the relevant ones. Should I pick up or should I have a raise of hands? Okay, she has the first one, please. Mic to her, please.
I think you're loud enough.
Yeah, please.
So my name is Noenika Roy. Okay, so I own a small business. It's a jewelry small business. And
First of all, a clap for her.
So I've been selling an item which is very new to India. So it sells abroad, but it's because as we know, it's all in Instagram trend and everything. People start consuming the trends in Instagram, through Instagram and all that. So I have introduced a very new product while it is not widespread in India. So it's called Italian charm bracelet.
Italian?
So it's called Italian charm bracelets. So what do you think, like how can that be established as a product which will not go out of trend ever? So what can be the steps or measures that can be taken so that while we introduce any new product to the market, how can that be kept there and consumers don't fade, it doesn't fade away with the trends or the virality of any trends and all.
So I'll answer, maybe others can take. Don't try to spend time on wrong questions. It will help you fail fast. So because nothing in this world remains constant, everything changes, user behavior changes, it is changing fast. So try to build something where you can adapt with consumer behavior. The basis, the consumer behavior in terms of what they need might remain the same, but the product will always evolve. Like Amazon, Jeff Bezos always say that people will need fast delivery. I'll give fast delivery. People will need cheaper price. I'll give cheaper price. But that doesn't mean I'll give the same product. So don't try to create a product that will remain evergreen. No product will ever be. Try to see beneath the product few other layers what will remain, and on the top of it keep redefining your products and services.
So before we let you go, what's the name? Sorry.
Noyanika.
Noyanika. Okay. Is that only one product? Multiple products?
No, the
viral one.
That one is a
Single product. Okay.
It has a niche
Do you have any sort of? I mean, कब से start किया?
अभी 1 year हुआ है.
1 year हुआ. तो 1 year में आपने कुछ डिजाइन, अगर आपको लग रहा है बहुत यूनिक है, तो डिजाइन पेटेंट कुछ भी किया है? नहीं किया. अब देखो, अब the question which I asked is when she said that it is viral, a product she is selling अच्छा बिक रहा है, इंडिया में कोई बेच नहीं रहा है या फिर कम ही लोग बेच, करेक्ट? तो अगर आपने शुरू किया है, anyone Labubu का नाम सुना है सबने? So if you want to be, I am not saying this is Labubu. So अगर Labubu बन जाते हैं तो यहाँ नहीं बैठे होते, ठीक है? So they just touched $9 billion का सेल. पहली बात, आप एक बहुत ही मुश्किल कंट्री में बैठे हो, which is India. India is a value-driven country. So मतलब यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग हैं, फालतू की चीजें हम नहीं खरीदते, बहुत ज्यादा नहीं खरीदते. Even though you will see Stanley sales going up, Labubu sales going up, but it will come down very fast. It's not US. तो पहली बात तो इंडियन ऑडियंस के हिसाब से अगर आप कुछ प्रोडक्ट बनाओगे तो थोड़ा सा ज्यादा लॉन्जिविटी होता है, लेकिन वायरलिटी डजंट हैव अ प्रॉब्लम. वायरलिटी अगर आपको लग रहा है कि यार जल्दी वायरल हो गया, कुछ प्रोडक्ट मिल गया, तो या तो आप उसका डिजाइन पेटेंट करो सो दैट आपके नाम पे रहे और कोई भी यूज करे तो लंबे टाइम तक वो थोड़ा पैसा मिलता है. पहला. सेकंड, इफ यू आर अ डिजाइन कंपनी, अगर आप ऐसा नहीं हो ज्वेलरी कंपनी, अगर आप डिजाइन कंपनी, सी लोग बहुत जल्दी मिस्टेक कर लेते हैं कि बेच क्या रहे हैं. इफ यू आर नॉट सेलिंग ज्वेलरी, तो ज्वेलरी सभी बेच रहे हैं. Unless you sell design, अगर बहुत ही नया डिजाइन, बहुत यूनिक डिजाइन है, कस्टमर्स को पसंद आ रहा है, हर बार पसंद आ रहा है, आपने कुछ वायरल ट्रेंड निकाल दिया वेडिंग्स को लेकर, सारी लड़कियां जो चूड़े के साथ आपका भी पहन रही हैं, ठीक है, एंड दे फील वेरी प्राउड कि ये बहुत अच्छा चीज है, हो सकता है. बट पॉइंट इज यू नीड टू हैव सम सॉर्ट ऑफ ओनरशिप ऑफ द डिजाइन. सो दैट इज वन. तो प्रॉब्लम विद इंडिया इज कि लोग डिजाइन पेटेंट में नहीं मानते, बोले जो करना है कर ले, मैं तो कॉपी करेगा. ठीक है, तो वो एक प्रॉब्लम. लेकिन यू विल हैव सम सॉर्ट ऑफ लॉन्जिविटी. तो वायरलिटी प्लस इफ यू हैव सम सॉर्ट ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन, तो वो उस बात का ध्यान रखो. No, nothing wrong at your age or any age somebody goes through, because one design can change your life. Labubu is an example, Stanley is an example. Everything when you will say one design, you will say design बहुत illogical है. कोई 7,000 रुपए टम्बलर का दे रहा है, फालतू की चीज है भाई. 350-400 की चीज सडनली 7,000 का बिक रहा है. Labubu 10,000 का है इंडिया में, 10,000. सबने उसको इंस्टा पे ही शेयर किया, औकात नहीं किसी खरीदने की. और इसमें तो किसी की नहीं, क्योंकि तुम यहाँ नहीं बैठे होते.
I have Labubu's.
You are really rich. आज तेरे नाम पे फतवा जारी होगा कि इसका Labubu लेके आओ पहले, ठीक है?
No, we.
सब लोग उसकी शक्ल देख लो, she has Labubu, ठीक है?
Labubu too, but those are mini Labubus and.
Bas point is and get that some sort of protection.
Yeah, actually, what I was going to say that I actually have introduced my item that I am selling along with Labubu. Like I have customized Labubu into something else so that
तेरा कुछ नहीं है, Labubu चलता है.
No worries. I think we take the further discussion offline. One last question.
Sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Janet Navodia. So I also aspire to become an entrepreneur. So I am a fresher. So as a fresher, so as a fresher who wants to gain experience and build the right mindset and skills. So what would you suggest to whether to join a startup company or to join a legacy company to build their muscle?
Okay, so I think a very relevant question from a fresher. I think most of you would be freshers over there. No worries, it's always you have to start someday. Sumansi, you would like to start?
सबसे पहले करना क्या है? That is very important. कैसे करना है वो automatically आ जाएगा. So you need to first figure out आपको करना क्या है. And along with that, obviously you have the relevant people to take that mentorship and help from that. This is my vision, this is my product or my service. I want to take this forward, and instead of thinking how to do it, start from basics. Start from a smaller group of people, see, take a feedback, do a pilot, and then move forward, and maybe the technicals can be helped by them.
Rajshri, would you like to add? Because you were also a fresher 5 years back, I think. So
Yeah. So basically I want to add some point. If you want to do your startup, okay, there are two processes. If you go for an MNC, any big company, you will get time to build it parallel. I was in TCS for quite a few years, and parallelly I was doing my startup also, because this type of legacy company, they have a very proper SOP driven process where they will not force you to work more than your working time, and you will get a comfort in your office. So I also got that, and I parallelly built my startup. There's another perspective. If you don't want to start your startup right now, you want to at first understand the market and the total, just like Sunil sir told you, right? He already went to many companies to understand how it works and all. Then he got the knowledge and input it into his startup. So there is two ways which you can follow. So I took the first way. I was in TCS. I got some salary from there, and finally I was building it. And in TCS, you can understand, they are doing long process, and I used to do the works in a script. So it helps me to save a lot of time. So in that way, you have to be smart. That is the only thing. In startups, you get more things to do. Okay, more challenges. You have to extend your working times and all. You to understand what startup mainly does. In MNC, it's something different. You will understand the process. Today also, I have incorporated many processes from TCS. Their shift plans. Okay, they are too good. Okay, they are foolproof plans. I copy paste the total joining letter from TCS in my initial days. I just changed my name. So this is nowhere to be quoted, yes, that's the main thing.
Yeah, and I think just adding on to what he said, I completely understand where he's coming from, because I think working in a school setup for me also literally built my leadership skills and all the soft skills that are important, right? So to start a startup, you need those soft skills. If you're not a person who will not be able to do management, people's basic, adapting to flexibility and all of that, is very difficult. So yeah, I think gaining that experience is very important through another organization, maybe as being mentors. Yeah.
Great. Any additions?
Just one last one, please. I think I don't agree to Rajshri to a larger extent. देखिए तू कहीं पे काम करता है, वहाँ के लिए काम कर और इतना solid काम कर, you be the best in that segment. Because I hate this moonlighting one. Second, I think, but how will you feel that you are committed to somebody and she is also committed to somebody else? So just to give perspective, one, that it is not great. I'm not saying that you cannot work on your own projects. Yes, you can. But if you have that perspective कि मेरे को करने, I think we all grow. We all grow to a point जहाँ पे हमें हिम्मत आ जाती है या फिर स्किल आ जाती है. स्किल दो तरीके से कर सकते हो, या तो स्टार्टअप ज्वाइन करोगे या तो कंपनी ज्वाइन करोगे. बड़ी कंपनी ज्वाइन करोगे, थोड़ा प्रोसेस सीखोगे, थोड़ा वहाँ पे सीखोगे. छोटी कंपनी ज्वाइन करोगे, हसल सीखोगे. तो दोनों में सीख रहे, पर पूरा सीख रहे ना. Do not think यार मेरे को ये करना है, तो इसलिए मैं ये करूँगा. I feel wherever I have worked, all the companies, I am absolutely 100% super committed. मतलब कंपनी डिमांड नहीं करके मैं खुद ही दिए जा रहा हूँ. मतलब I was that guy जिसको बंदी बोल रही इतना कर ही क्यों रहा है भाई? क्या जरूरत है तेरे को इतना करने का? मैंने तो मांगा नहीं था. And that is how I have performed. And when you get that learning here, मैं अपने औकात से ज़्यादा कर सकता हूँ. Every single day, every single month, and that's when you probably, that is a entrepreneur spirit. So I was telling that the same thing, भाई committed हो जाए. अब I think विक्रम said that कि भाई जल्दी फेल हो रहा है. कैसे पता चलेगा जल्दी फेल हो रहा है? अगर पूरा कमिट नहीं किया, अगर तुमने शॉट नहीं मारा, छक्का कैसे हो जाएगा? मार के पूरा आधा शॉट मारा तो कई बार बाउंड्री में आउट हो जाता है, तो मैं टाइमिंग करके निकल जाता है. ठीक है? So that is, I feel next job. You said that I am a fresher. सब है भाई, सभी fresher. कौन सा है पे 10 साल काम कर रहा है? हाँ. So हाँ तो I think whatever you are at stage, this stage or any stage, when you find a project कि मेरे को ये करना है, if you find a startup, अगर मेरी कंपनी में आ रहा है, and if I find कि 6 बजे तेरे को बोल रहे हैं भाई सर I have work life balance, तो fuck you, भाई नहीं हो सकता, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता मेरे पास. So point is you give me the best. See, on this panel, probably somebody else was invited. मेरा फोटो भी दिया बाहर. I got last minute entry. तो ठीक है भाई कर ले. The point is you want to be in the situation जहाँ पे तेरे को कई बार होता है smartest of founders call you बोला भाई cover up कर दे. मैं cover up कर, but if you want to be someday cover up कर, just commit to something.
What's your name again?
मैम झलक में बोलूँगा.
So Jana, what happens is, as a psychologist coming into the picture, you're always going to get different perspectives, right? That's exactly what you need to do is, you need to resonate to what connects to you the most, and then just take a fall. And अगर वो नहीं work out किया, then you go back in. But that's what failures will help you with, okay? So a lot of perspectives will come your way, but you will have to stick on to one thing. You cannot have your legs on both the boats.
So wonderful insights, I think, and rest of the questions we'll be taking offline. Don't worry, you can catch up each of the founders and investors. So first of all, thank you so much all the panelists, Vikram, Himazara, Mr. Kumar, Sunil Disha, and for this wonderful insights. And I think each of the points which they mentioned is very relevant to you, and to apply that right now, because all the practical points which we discussed, and I think these are coming from those people who were once sitting back at listening to you as Rasul said the story. He was also listening to that, right? So thank you so much everyone for being a great audience, and thank you so much to all the panelists. And I hope this session added value, and we'll have the next unicorn coming from that side. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you so much. It was truly an electrifying session, and a huge thank you to all the panelists for joining us today and sharing your life with the sharp young minds out here. I would also like to thank our incredible moderator, Mr. Yash Dugar, for keeping this conversation sharp, real, and full of value. A big round of applause to all the panelists and the moderators here today. We kindly request for a group photo. So if you could kindly come up on the stage. For a group photograph with the panelist and the moderator. The students, please rise as the dignitaries leave the hall. We are going to go in for a quick 5 minutes break before we set the stage for the last and the final phase, which is the student event, quiz and debate. Please do not leave the hall. Stay here. Give us 5 minutes time. We are going to set up the hall. We request the debate participants to kindly come forward near the stage.
So you will have people. You have people who know Lightroom.
हाँ, सही होगा.
Lightroom